Hello and welcome to the course. My name is William and I'm going to be your instructor for this course. I've been developing games for a very long time, but I absolutely love teaching others how to create games even more. In this course, we will be creating some advanced level games. We will be taking our skills past basic arcade style games and start creating games that have high level complexity in the game design world. We will be adding things such as inventory management, saving world map generation, and giving AI logic to specific game units. In our first project, we will be creating one of my favorite types of games, an RTS, real-time strategy game. In this RTS, we will be playing as a controller for our civilization. We will grow our civilization with workers that can create new buildings and collect resources. Once we have enough resources and buildings, we will then start to make units to defeat the enemy teams. A lot of AI logic and pathing will be learned in this game. In our second project, we will be creating a top-down farming RPG. We will be playing as a farmer tasked with taking care of our farm and collecting money. The farmer will be able to do many things such as plant plants, water plants, fish, cut trees down, and mine rocks. For this type of game, you will start to learn inventory management and heavy component creation. In our last project, you will be creating an open world platformer game, where you'll be playing as a character alone on a randomly generated world. Our character will have the ability to collect resources, craft new items, and place new blocks into the world. For this type of game, you will learn more about inventory creation, with addition to using chests and generating random world maps. Now without further ado, let's jump right in and begin the course. In this project, we will be creating an RTS real-time strategy game. We will be playing as a controller for our entire civilization. We will give the player the ability to control where ships go by either clicking on them individually or creating a selecting box around the specific ones we want to control. We will have two types of ships to control, which are the workers and the units. Workers will be responsible for collecting resources and building buildings. Units will be responsible for defending or attacking enemies. Some of the buildings we will be able to create are new town centers, which are able to create new workers, houses, farms, towers, and then also other buildings that create different unit types. Once the player has a big enough army and defensive at the home base, the player can attack the enemy and win the game. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, in this section, we're going to go over all the planning for our RTS game. We're going to start off and view the entire outlined plan. Then we're going to go ahead and understand what we are making. Then after that, we're going to see all the expected functions for the game's mechanics. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, everything here is going to consist of the current plan we have for our RTS game. It's going to consist of three main sections. The middle section here is going to represent our main screen. This is exactly what the player is going to be viewing when playing the game. On the right side, this is going to consist of the in-game world. And on the left side, this is going to consist of the unit interactions. Let's start off with the middle one here. This blue area here is going to represent the main screen. This is exactly where you are in the current game and what you're looking at. We're also going to have some UI on the top and also on the bottom. This top UI right here is going to consist of all the labels we currently have for our resources and population count. The resources will consist of wood count, food count, and gold count. Our population one will have the current population count and also the max amount of population you can currently have, depending on how many buildings you have that allow more population. If you make your way down to the lower UI, we're going to have two different things. The mini map on the right, which tells you exactly where you are in the main map. And then we're also going to have all the interactive buttons on the left. We're going to have a couple different types of interactive buttons, such as if you have a worker selected, it will show you all the different buildings you can create. You will then go ahead, select a building, drag and drop it into exactly where you want it in the main world. You will also have different buttons for if you have a current building selected. And you can interact with it, of course, if it allows you to, such as removing it with a remove button, but you can also create more units with certain buildings as well, which you will have a button for there, and it will also populate with different items in the queue currently. All right, awesome. So that's going to be everything in the main screen section. Now in the in-game world, we're going to have a couple things. Starting off with the world itself is just a giant grid, and it's going to have numerous items on the grid. We're going to have things such as buildings, farms, trees, and gold. Now the trees and gold are resources that are placed. We can't walk through them, of course, but you can have workers go ahead and start working on them, and once their resource is out, they will disappear and turn into a navigation block, such as another blue one. For the buildings, some will automatically be in the in-game world on start, but of course some other ones will have to be built with a worker. Then we're also going to have farms. Farms are kind of like a combination of a navigation one and also a building. We will have to build farms, but we will also be able to walk through them as well. They will be taken away once their resource is out, just like the trees and the gold. So that's going to be everything for the in-game world. All the way on the left, for our unit interactions, we're going to have a couple different things. Now, as mentioned before, our worker units are able to build new buildings. So once those buildings are placed and they're able to be built, we can send our workers to start building them. Once the building is created, then we can start interacting with it. Workers will also have the responsibility to collect resources such as trees, gold, and farms. What we will do is highlight and select our current worker we want, and then have them go to that specific resource. Once that resource is out and it no longer exists, they will go to the next closest resource if it does exist. Workers will also be able to attack, but they will not be very good at it. For attacking purposes, we will primarily want to use units. Units will have stronger health, stronger attack, and even stronger range depending on their type. Now when we are selecting units or workers, we will be highlighting them, such as like this, and anything inside of our highlighted box will then become selected, and then we can tell them where to go. So then we can select a tree, an unbuilt building, or even an enemy to attack. So everything here will be what makes up our RTS game. Now let's go ahead, jump right in, and get started. Alright, in this first section, we're going to go ahead and set up everything we need for our RTS game. We're going to start off by creating a new project in Godot. Then we're going to go ahead and navigate to a website where we can download all the free assets we're going to be using for this game. After that, we're going to go ahead and import those assets into our new game's art folder. Let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and create our new project folder for our RTS game. So in our Godot project manager, we're going to go to the top left create button right here. Go ahead and select that. Once it opens up, let's give it a name. We're going to call this My RTS Game. Make sure the path is correct for you. I'm just going to leave mine as is right here. And then everything else you can leave as is as well. Once you have that down, go ahead and hit create and edit. Alright, once your project opens up, go ahead and select the 2D view on the top right over here. Perfect. Alright, next thing we're going to do is create a new folder under our rest folder here on the bottom left. Let's go ahead and right click on it. Go to create new. Go to folder. Let's call this art because this is where we're going to hold all of our art assets. Awesome. Alright, save what you got so far, Control S. There you go. Alright, next thing we're going to do is download all the art assets we're going to be using for this game. Now I found two really good ones that are completely free to download right now. I shared the link in the description, so there should be two links for the art. There's going to be one that's going to be called the Space Shooter Redux. It's at Kenny's site, which has loads of free assets you can use. There's tons of other ones you can check out as well. This one here is going to have all the spaceships we're going to be using for the game. So go ahead, scroll on down, select that download button and start downloading it. Once this one is done, then go ahead and navigate to the other one. It's also going to be at the Kenny site. This one's going to be called Sci-Fi RTS. Now this one's going to have a bunch of stuff for the nature, such as all the ground sprites, trees sprites, and just a bunch of other cool stuff we're going to be using in the game. So again, download this as well, and then you should be set. Alright, once both your downloads have completed, open up your File Explorer page, go to the Download section of your computer, then you should have two .zips here. Now before we drag and drop these into our game, we need to extract all their contents. So go ahead, select each one, right click, extract all. Do the same thing for the one below it as well. This process might take a second or two, so let that load. Once it's done loading though, you should have two different folders here without the .zip. Now these two are the ones we want to drag and drop into our game. So go ahead, highlight each one, and just simply drag and drop them into our art folder. Let that load. That might take a second or two because these are pretty big folders. Once it's done, we'll verify that it's actually there. Now sometimes when you drag and drop things into here, it doesn't actually go into the folder, so you might need to go ahead and select it and simply drag and drop it into our art folder again. Let that load. That's one. Let's do the other one now. Select the one below. Simply drag and drop into the art folder. Might take a second or two. Awesome. Let's go ahead, open it up. And there we go. Perfect. Awesome. Control S to save. So far, so good. All right, in this section, we're going to create the main scene. We're going to start off by adding a couple nodes to our scene, such as a node for the main node, the UI, the game objects, and the camera. Then we're going to go ahead and set all the correct project settings. Last but not least, we're going to test and ensure things are working correctly. Let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create our main node. So we can go ahead and just select the 2D scene right over here. Perfect. Let's rename it. I'm going to call it capital M, main. Perfect. All right. Inside our main node, we are going to add the other ones now. So let's right click, add child node. We're going to add another node 2D. This one's going to be called game objects. Awesome. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to create a canvas layer. We are going to rename this one UI. Perfect. We're also going to go ahead and add our camera 2D. Let's go ahead and add that as well. Our camera 2D, we're going to reposition it into the center of the screen. So let's go ahead and use that move tool. Simply drag it over. Make sure it is relatively perfect. It doesn't have to be exact because, of course, whenever we start the game, it'll always match it up with what we want. Which I'm going to do right about there. Maybe a little bit lower. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Looking good. Let's save those changes. Control S. It might ask you to set this as the current scene, so go ahead and do that as well. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to go into project settings. Then we're going to go ahead, type in W for window, select window, scroll all the way down, and go ahead and find the stretch mode. Change that from disabled to canvas items. Close that, save it again, hit play, select current scene, let that load, and there we go. And if we go ahead and increase or decrease the size of the screen, we should have a nice little black background that keeps and makes sure the screen is the same size. All right, awesome. All right, save what you got. Looking good so far. All right, in this section, we are going to create the UI scene. We are going to start off creating all the UI backgrounds, text labels, and win-lose screen. Then we're going to go ahead and create a mini map box that's going to help us navigate on the map. Then we're going to go ahead and create our worker build options. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started on this UI. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead, select our UI here. We're going to add a couple things inside of it. So let's right click, add child node. All right, we are going to add a node 2D. Let's rename this node 2D backgrounds. There we go. All right, in backgrounds, we're going to go ahead, select it. We're going to go ahead, right click on there, add child node. We're going to add some color-X, which will give it a nice little background for some of the parts. So this first one here, let's go ahead and take this and just stretch it out all the way. Just make sure it is connected there. Perfect. You can make it a little smaller if you want to. This is kind of just going to be the banner on the top. Awesome. Let's do something like that. And maybe make it a little thinner. Perfect. Let's change the color to black. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead, select that color rect. Let's Control D to duplicate it. This one now is going to be the bottom one, so let's go ahead and bring this all the way down to where our screen starts, which is right about here. Perfect. This bottom one's going to need to be a little bit bigger because we're going to have the mini map in here and also some of these selectors. So let's go ahead and make this about, let's do this big for now. We might adjust it later. Awesome. All right, so now that we got that for the backgrounds, I think we should be okay, so we can close backgrounds. Let's go ahead, right click on UI again, add child node. We're going to add another node 2D. All right, in this node 2D, we are going to have all the labels. So let's go ahead and we're going to call this resource text. Perfect. All right, in resource text, we need to go ahead and add those labels. So let's right click on it, add child node. Let's go ahead and find label. Perfect. All right, so we need a label for the wood, food, gold, and population count, okay? So let's go ahead, let's open this up. Let's call this label wood. There we go. Awesome. We're just gonna go ahead and give it a simple text of wood, with a colon, and a 0 just for now as a placeholder. Awesome. We want this to be pretty centered, so let's go ahead and bring this down a bit. Let's go ahead and leave it as less for a horizontal line. For vertical alignment, we are going to make that center. Perfect. Let's make it a little bit longer here. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and take that label wood, Control D. Let's move it on over, just so it's kind of on the edge of it. Perfect. Let's change the name of this. This will be our label for the food. So let's go ahead, label food. Perfect. Change the text, call it food. Awesome. Let's do the next one now. Control D. Change the name. This one will be for the gold. So let's do gold here. Perfect. Bring it on over. There we go. Change the text. Perfect. Now let's do the population one. Control D. Let's bring it over. Change the name. Label population. Let's go ahead. There we go. Perfect. Let's go ahead and change the text over here. Awesome. And this one's going to be a 0/0, all right? Because we want to know the current amount and then also the max amount we can have, okay? Perfect. But that looks pretty good. I like it. Awesome. One thing we could do, though, is simply just move it over a little bit because as you can see, looks like the wood text is right on the left and that doesn't look too good. So if you want to just move all of them at once, you can simply select the one here and just simply drag it over just a bit. So it's like that. Select away, and there we go. Looks much better. Awesome. All right, that's going to be it for our resource text. Perfect. All right, so the next thing we could do is let's just go ahead and do the little map we have, our little mini map. That's going to help us basically locate where we are in the current big map. So let's go ahead, right click on UI node, add child node. Let's add another node 2D. Let's rename this mini map. Mini map. Awesome. All right. So mini map is going to be on the bottom right corner. It's going to be an outer box of white and then a little white box in the middle. So let's go ahead and make that. Let's right click, add child node. Let's do a color rect. And you know, actually, before we do the color rect, let's do another node 2D. And let's call this outer box, all right? Just so we can keep things organized. So we'll do outer box for that outside box, and then we'll create another one for the inside one. All right, so for outer box, let's go ahead, add child node, do color rect. Awesome. All right, so I want the location to be exact. So let's go to layout. And let me just double check what I did for mine. So go to layout, transform. Let me go into mine real quick, and then we can see exactly where we want to put it. So everything matches up where mine is. All right. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to take that outer box. Again, go to transform, go to the position. we're going to make this 953 here. 953. There we go. And the y value of, let's see, I did 526, which worked pretty well. Perfect. All right, now we need to go ahead and make sure it is the appropriate length and width. So let's go ahead, use our tool here, make sure we're selecting the color rect. Here we go. Awesome. Let's go ahead and just make a box, something like this. Awesome. Perfect. Let's go ahead then also, and we're going to duplicate this a couple times just so we can make it go all the way around. We might need to move it up a little bit just so it fits a little better. And you know what? We might just do that while we're at it. We can readjust it later. Let's move it up a little bit. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead, Control D. Let's take that one we just created. We're going to go to Layout again, Transform, and we're simply going to change the rotation to 90 degrees. There we go. Perfect. Let's duplicate that one. Control D. We're going to move it on over. Perfect. And if you guessed it, we're simply going to take that original one we had, Control D, and then we're just going to move it down. And there is our perfect square. Awesome. You can zoom in just to make sure it's exact, but it should be pretty good. Awesome. All right, so that's going to be our outer box for our mini map. Now we need to make the inside one. So let's go ahead and create another node for this. We're going to do node. Perfect. And we're going to go ahead, change the name of this. Let's just call this screen. So we'll call this screen because that's going to represent our screen. Let's go ahead inside of there now, add another color rect. Awesome. And let's move the whole thing. So remember to grab it up here. We're going to move it directly in the middle here, and we might adjust it later. Perfect. Let's change the size of this because that's a little too big. Let's go to Layout, Transform, and for size, we can simply cut that in half for the y value, so let's make this 20. Perfect. Might even make this a little less. Let's try 30 here. And then let's do 15 for the y. Perfect. Awesome. And now let's simply just center it up. This probably isn't going to be the exact center. Oop. Make sure you are not selecting the color rect. Make sure you're selecting the screen. All right. Awesome. So let's go ahead and center that up a bit. That should be good. We might need to go a little bit more to the right. But like I said, we are going to readjust this later. But just as a placeholder, this should be good. All right, perfect. Awesome. All right, looking good. Let's keep going. I'm going to close that up. I'm going to close the mini map. Perfect. All right, so now we need to create the vil or worker build options. Sometimes I'm going to say the workers are also vils. I just get it kind of mixed up. But the workers / vils, we're going to create some options for them, which are going to be the build options, all right? So that's going to pop up in the UI as well. Let's go ahead, create a node for that. All right, let's go ahead and call this the worker build options, all right? Awesome. All right, worker build options are going to be placed on the left here. It's going to be a button for each type of building they can create. So let's go ahead and create a node for each type of building. Let's go ahead and do that. Perfect. Let's call this first one TC for Town Center. All right. So TC, we're going to go ahead and we're going to add a sprite to this. All right. Now the sprite is going to represent what exactly is inside of this. So to do that, we're going to go ahead, open up our art. Open up, I think it's in the Kenny Sci-Fi RTS. And it's not going to be in tile sheet. It's going to be in the PNG. Default size. It's going to be structure. And I'm going to be using this one here. You can use whichever one you want, but I'm going to be using the sci-fi structure _07.png. So just take that and drag and drop it into our sprite 2D. Perfect. All right, let's change the size a little bit because it's a little big. Select our sprite 2D. Let's go to the transform. Let's do 0.5 for this, for each. There we go, and that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and grab the sprite 2D. And you know what, instead of grabbing it to keep things organized again, let's use the exact positioning. So we're going to go ahead and move the X over a little bit. Let's see what 20 looks like. We might need to do more, just a little bit more. Let's do 30 then. There we go. Then for the Y value, let's try something like 550. A little bit too low. Let's try 520. And perfect. Awesome. Yep, you can go a little lower if you want, but I think that works pretty well. I might make it match the side on the left, so let's go ahead and do 510. Whoopsie. I should have done 530 actually. There we go. You could even do 525. That might actually look a little bit better. Perfect. All right, we'll do 525. Awesome. All right, so there is our image for that. Now we need to add a couple things on it, specifically the actual button itself. So let's go ahead, right click on the Sprite 2D, add child node. We're going to create a button on that. Awesome. And we just have to rename the button. So button, we're going to say this button build TC. All right. We have to reshape this. We need to make it match with the original. So let's take those sides and simply just match it up. Might need to go a little higher. There we go. Awesome. Perfect. And we could also make the visibility a little bit more clear because it's automatically darkened out. So let's go to the visibility, self-modulate, and just turn down the A value to like 100. That might look pretty good. Awesome. All right, perfect. And that's going to be our button to build the TCs. Awesome. All right, let's continue though. We have to make all the other ones now. But because we made this one, they're going to be pretty easy to create. So let's just simply select them. Control D. Now we have TC2. We're going to change this one to, let's name this one Farm. And this is the only one that's going to be a little bit different. First thing we're going to do is change the position. Let's go to Transform. Oops, make sure you're using Transform on the Sprite 2D. There we go. Let's move the X position another 30 over, so we're going to do 60. That might not be enough. Let's try a 50 over, which would be 80. And a little too much. We'll do 40 over, which would be 70. Perfect. That looks pretty good to me. Awesome. All right, so now we need an image for this. Now this is going to be a little bit different. And the way I'm going to do it is I'm simply going to go ahead and use an environmental structure this time. And we're going to find a piece that we want to use, such as this one here, which is going to be the sci-fi environment _16.png. I think this will look pretty good. Drag and drop it on there. Now if you zoom in a little bit, it's this little berry thing. So I think a really cool thing we could do is just add a couple more around it. So let's go ahead, right click. Let's add more Sprite 2Ds. Make sure it is above the button though, or else it's going to block it. Let's go ahead, add some more of these in there. And there we go. Let's go ahead and just move them in the corners. I'm going to move one like over here. Control D. Oops, make sure it's on the same line. Let's do like another one there, if it lets me. There we go. How does that look? Pretty good. I like it. Let's do some more for the ones below it. I'm simply going to go ahead, bring this down. Let's do one like right here, maybe a little lower. And then let's go ahead, copy the other one we made. Let's bring that down as well. Make sure it's pretty much matched up. Awesome. Let's zoom in to see that. Looks pretty good to me. Awesome. All right, so that'll be our farm button. I like it. You can make it however you want. I just think that looks pretty good to represent the actual farm we get to create. All right, awesome. Let's go ahead, close that. The next thing we need to do, of course, is change the button name. So we have button build TC. We need to name that button farm. All right. It's important to keep these unique so we don't get mixed up once we start connecting these to the script. All right, awesome. Let's go ahead, close that up. I'm going to go ahead and select the TC one again because it only had one sprite. We don't need all those extra sprites for the other ones. So for TC2, we're going to rename this, and we're going to call this house. So we can build a new house. And because we're doing 40 extra for the Sprite 2D, we need to do 80 extra for this, which I think is going to be like 110. There we go, perfect. Let's find the house sprite we want to use, which is going to be in the structure. It's going to be this one right here, the sci-fi structure _07.png. I think this looks pretty good. Or whoopsie, that's the same one we just used. It's actually going to be, there we go, this one here. Sci-fi structure underscore 04. All right, that's the one I want to use. Perfect. All right, don't forget, we also got to change the name. We have button build TC. We got to change that to button build house. All right, awesome. Perfect. I like it. All right, let's go ahead, duplicate this one again, Control D. Change the name. We're going to call this barracks, which can create our close range units. Might be spelling that wrong, but oh well. Barracks. Let's go ahead, select the sprite 2D. Go to the transform. Remember, we're adding 40 here, so that's going to be 150 for the X value. Perfect. Select the type of structure you want to use. I think a good one will be this one here, right above, the sci-fi structure underscore 3. All right, let's take that, put it there. Perfect. Don't forget, we got to rename the actual button sprite. So button build barracks. Perfect. Awesome. Let's go ahead, close that up. Let's select the barracks, Control D. Change this one to, I'm going to call this range for our ranged units. Awesome. Select the sprite. Let's add 40 to the X, which is going to be 190. Perfect. And I think a good range building is going to be this one here, sci-fi structure underscore 05.png. Let's drag and drop that in there. Perfect. And let's go ahead, rename the button as well. So instead of button build barracks, we're going to call this button build range, just like that. Awesome. All right, almost done. Let's close that up as well. Let's do the last building, which is going to be the tower one. So Control D. Let's go ahead, change the name, the tower. Perfect. Let's go ahead, change the name of the button as well. So button build tower. And then last but not least, so we don't forget, let's change the actual image itself, which is going to be, I think we could use like the sci-fi structure underscore 11. Let's use that one. Perfect. And don't forget, we got to move it over. So let's go to the transform. Let's go ahead and add 40, which is going to be, I think, 230. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. So there's our tower. Looking good. Awesome. All right, perfect. So that's going to be it for our worker build options. And this is not always going to be on. This is only going to be on when we have worker/vills selected. So let's go ahead and turn this off for now, just like that. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so now we have two more to make. We need a screen for winning the game and losing the game. So let's go ahead and create one of those. In our UI, let's go ahead, select our node 2D. And we're going to rename this. We're going to call this win screen. Awesome. All right, win screen. We're going to go ahead, simply add a couple things. We're going to add a label that tells the player they won. So let's go ahead and just make this pretty much as big as the screen, maybe halfway, something like that, a little lower. Awesome. Let's go ahead and just say you win, exclamation point, and then just center it all up. Perfect. We could add some label settings to it as well. Let's go ahead, give it a font of something pretty big. Let's do like 120. And let's go ahead and give an outline as well of like 40. Change the outline color to black. And there we go. Awesome. All right, one more thing we could also do. Let's go ahead and give it a panel so it kind of darkens out the outside of the screen, or the entirety of the screen, but outside of the actual label. So put this above the label here, and just simply stretch this out to pretty much how big the screen is. Perfect. Awesome. That will also block anything being selected on the screen, all right, which is good because you don't want the players to continue to play the game once you win or lose. All right, awesome. Then, of course, we need an actual play again button, so let's go ahead. Let's add a new button here. And you can customize this button however you want. I'm just going to keep it very simple. So I'm going to go ahead, just make it a little big here. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and just move it to right underneath. So right about there. And let's just put play again, question mark. Perfect. Awesome. And I don't really like how high up the text is, so I might move that down just a little bit. Something like that. Perfect. Don't forget we got to rename the actual button itself. So button play again. All right. Awesome. All right. Next up, we need a lose screen. If you guessed it, we're simply just going to duplicate our win screen and change the text. All right. So let's go ahead. Select it. Control D. Let's turn off the win screen so we can see what we're working with. Change the name to lose screen. Perfect. Go into the label and simply change this to you lose, and we're going to do a frowny face just like that. Perfect. Awesome. And you can leave everything the same, especially the button right here. We can leave the name the same as well because it's going to have the same functionality. Now maybe in the future if you added more to this game where you have like a main menu section, you could totally have like a go back to main menu button as well. All right, but let's go ahead and close this up. Let's turn this one off and save what you got so far. Looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to create the global script. We're going to start off creating a new global script. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the global variables that we will be using in the game. Last but not least, we will also create a function that resets all the game values for when the game is over and played again. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and create this global script. So let's go ahead and go to our project settings. Let's go to globals. And then in the globals tab, let's go to the node name. And we're just going to call this capital G global. Go ahead and add that. Global.gd, go ahead, create. To open it up, just select the little folder button right here. And there we go. Awesome. All right. So this global script is going to be kind of a area that we can access different variables throughout all the other scripts. All right, these are great to use, especially in a game like this, where we have a lot of different variables that we need to keep track of. All right, so let's go ahead and begin starting to add some of these variables. Let's go ahead. Start off here with a variable. We're going to call this add underscore nav underscore spot. And this is going to be a packed vector2 array. Perfect. Now this array is going to be used to house basically new spots we want to turn our map into navigation spots. So we're going to have basically navigation spots and then no navigation spots. So things that are not going to have navigation on them are going to be things like the trees, the gold, some of the buildings, all those things that we don't want our units and enemies to just pass through. All right. So we have this one here. Let's duplicate it. This one's going to be the no nav spot. So add to underscore no underscore nav spot. All right. So everything in here we're going to be able to pass through, and everything in here we are not going to be. All right. Awesome. We're also going to need another variable to keep track of if our workers are selected. So we're going to do workers underscore selected, and we're going to go ahead and equal that to false starting off. Perfect. Below that, we're also going to create a variable, and we're going to call this building underscore selected. Now, why do we need two variables for these things? Well, for instance, we're going to have certain things open when we have a worker selected, such as the worker build options. We only want those open when we have a worker selected. And then we're also going to have some UI only showing when we have certain buildings selected. All right. So that's why we need some bools for those things. Now, outside of those variables, we also need some variables for some of our resource counters. So we're going to call this food underscore count. And we're going to start this off to something pretty high. I'm going to keep it at 1200 just because we're going to need a lot of resources to test things out. Normally, it wouldn't be that too high, but again, for testing purposes, we're going to keep that there. We're also going to need a variable for our gold count. So gold count. And we're also just going to equal that to 1200. We're also going to go ahead and create a variable for wood count. Equal that to 1200. Perfect. And we're going to need our population count. And equal that again, we're just going to keep that at 0. because we start off with 0 population. All right. Now, apart from the population count, because we're also limiting how many population we can have, we're going to need a max population count. So I'm going to copy that variable, simply create another one, just put the word max in front of it. All right. Just like that. Because remember, we should never have or never be able to create more units or workers if our current max is out. All right. So if we are maxed out, then we shouldn't be able to create more. Again, it doesn't really come into effect, though, if we end up losing more max population count, such as the TCs and houses. But you'll see that in a bit once we start testing things out. All right, next couple variables. These are going to be for some of the targets. So we're going to need a couple things to pass along to the targets, such as a new underscore worker underscore target. We're going to equal that to null starting off. The worker target, of course, is going to basically tell what job we're going to. So like if we're going to basically cut trees down, or if we're going to go ahead and start farming a farm, then this will be set appropriately. All right. We're also going to go ahead. We're going to create another one. This is going to be for target type. So new underscore worker underscore target underscore type. All right. Awesome. We're also going to equal that to null. Perfect. And we're going to have 2 more. We're going to have another one here, which is going to be new underscore worker underscore target underscore job, which is going to be the job type that we're doing. Awesome. And then last but not least, we are going to need a specific ID for every single thing we are going to have to be interacting with. So basically every single tree, enemy, farm, even building is going to have its own ID. So we're going to need a new worker target ID value for this. All right. Awesome. Perfect. So that's looking good for there. Now we're just missing 2 more. And this is going to be for the counters of how many enemies are in the world and how many good units are in the world. And we basically lose the game if we are out of good units, and we win the game if they are out of enemy units. All right. So we're going to need a variable for each one of those. So enemy underscore units. Equal that to 0 starting off. And then we're also going to need one for the good units. So we're going to need good underscore units. And we're going to equal that to 0. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so these are going to be all of our global variables. All right. And remember, we also need a function now to reset all these, because when we reset our entire tree node, it's not going to actually reset the global variables. So we need to have a function to kind of force the reset of these. All right. So we can simply do that in a pretty easy way. Underneath our process function down here, we're simply going to go ahead, create a function, and we're going to call this reset underscore all underscore variables, or just var. All right. Give it an empty set of parentheses, a colon, and then simply go ahead and just copy all of our variables. And what we're going to do is we're going to paste them on here. And we're simply just going to get rid of all the var at the beginning. Make sure to add a tab for each one though. So just like that, and just keep going until you got them all. Because again, this is going to be going into effect anytime we win or lose the game. And then we go ahead and select the play again button. All right. Awesome. So let's get one here, another over here. Make sure you have the spacing correctly, or it's going to give you an error. And then we're also going to do here. And we're also going to do here as well. A couple more left. Awesome. Almost there. And getting closer. Perfect. Awesome. So that's going to be our reset all variable functions. All right. Perfect. Let's go ahead and save everything we got in here. Remember, you can always check the source code if you get confused. But looking good so far. Let's go back to the 2D view. And perfect. All right. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the camera script. We're going to start off creating a new camera script and attaching it to our camera 2D node. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the variables that we're going to be using. Last but not least, we are going to create some code to move the camera and the minimap up, down, left, and right, depending on the mouse movement. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and create this camera script. So let's go ahead and select the camera 2D node we created earlier. I'm also going to close up our UI. Let's go ahead and attach a new script. We can leave the name as camera_2D. Let's create that. Perfect. All right, let's start off with creating a couple variables. These are just going to be basically some bools telling it to go up, down, left, and right. So we're going to do a variable for cam_move_right. And we're going to go ahead, equal that to false. And if you guessed it, we're going to do one for each direction we're moving. So I'm simply going to copy that, paste it in. So we have camera move right. So we're going to need camera move left. We're going to need cam move up. And we're going to need cam move down. All right. Perfect. Awesome. Make sure you got that there. Looking good. All right. Now we're going to add a couple things in the process function. This is going to be the actual ability of moving it around. And the way I'm going to do it is going to be if our mouse is at the utmost top of the screen, then we're going to move up. If it's at the right side, it's going to move right. If it's at the bottom side, it's going to move to the bottom. And if it's to the left, it's going to move to the left. So basically, we're going to trigger something happening when our mouse is on either side or up and down of the screen. All right. To do this, we're going to add a couple switches. So we're going to start off with an if statement. If we're going to use get local mouse position. And what we're going to be looking for here is our .x. And we're going to say if it is greater than 540, which should be the size of the screen. All right. If it's greater than 540, then what we're going to do is we're simply going to set our cam move right, equal that to true. And we're going to set our cam move left and equal that to false. All right. Perfect. Awesome. So that's how we're going to basically move to the right. All right. Or initiate the move. We'll add the actual movement of it after these switches. All right. So let's go ahead to the next one. I'm just going to copy the whole thing and adjust it as necessary. This one is going to be a less than a negative 540. Okay. And if you guessed it, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to move our to left true this time and move our right to false this time. All right. Awesome. Perfect. All right. Now we need one basically saying it's not going to move either one if we are in the middle of this area. All right. And we can simply do that again with another if statement. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to set both of our values to false. All right. But we're basically going to combine some things and switch them around. So this first one, the negative one, we no longer want the less than symbol here. We are going to want the greater than. All right. But we're also going to want an and. All right. And again, we're going to get our local mouse position. And then what we're going to do, again, is our .x. And we're going to say is less than 540. All right. So basically, if our mouse is in the center, it's not going to be moving the screen, which is what we want. We only want to move it when our mouse goes above, or sorry, when it goes to the right or to the left. Okay. But when it's in the middle, we don't want it to move at all. All right. So now we need to do the same thing with the y values. So it's going to be pretty similar. So what we could do is just copy, or better yet, we'll just type it out. What we'll do, I'll add a space there. We're going to go ahead, do an if statement, get local mouse position. And this time, we're doing .y, all right? And we're going to say .y is greater than 280, which I found to be a good position. You can always mess around with these numbers if you want to, but I think these work pretty well with what we're working with. Inside of here, if you guessed it, we're going to do our cam move up equals false. And then our cam move down equals true. All right. Perfect. There we go. Now we just need to do the reverse. I'm going to add a couple enters here so we have a couple room. There we go. All right. I'm going to copy our if statement. And then right below it, we're going to paste it. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to do greater than this time negative 280. And we're just simply going to switch around our if statements, or our little bools, from the up one equaling it to true, and then our down one equaling it to false this time. All right? Because, of course, If we go above the screen with our mouse, we want to move the screen up. And if we go below it, we want to move it down. Now we just need to have a calculation that cancels them both out in case we're in the middle of those two values, all right? So let's go ahead and create that. I'm going to go ahead, copy a current one here. And just like we did with the x values, we're going to go ahead and switch some things around. We're going to, of course, switch our symbol here to go then greater than negative 280. And again, get local mouse position. And we're going to go ahead, do dot y. And we're going to go ahead, do less than now, 280. All right. And don't forget, we got to go ahead and make our can move false for up and down. All right, perfect. Awesome. So these are going to be the switches for how we're going to go about locating when and when not to move the actual screen. All right, now we need to add the actual movement itself to not only the camera 2D, but also that mini box that we have, all right, which is going to be inside of this one here, which is going to be the screen, all right, because we want the screen to kind of match up with the same movement of our camera so we know exactly where we are in the entire map. All right, awesome. So let's get started. I'm going to add some spaces down here. All right, so what we're going to do is an if statement and say if can move right double equals true and position dot x is less than or equal to 2040. And this is what I just found to be basically where we don't want to be moving past the actual screen. You can adjust this if your map size is different than mine, but if you're following along, it should match up with these values. We might have to adjust it, but this worked for me pretty well in the past. All right, so that's going to be our where exactly in the real map of the game is where we're going to prevent the movement. All right, so we have that there, and inside of it, we're simply going to set our position, which is going to be the position of the camera 2D node, plus equals vector 2. And what we're going to be doing is, of course, moving the x value forward, which is going to be 1. And then we're going to times the whole thing by 6. All right, and you can adjust the speed if you want to. But again, this matches up pretty well with the mini-map, as I found before. And how we are going to move the mini-map is we are going to simply drag and drop the screen node right over here that we have in the mini-map node right here. And we're going to do a dot position plus equals vector 2, again 1 comma 0, and then we are going to times the whole thing by 0.2. Now why are we doing that? Well, if you remember, the mini-map is a lot smaller than the actual screen itself, so we need it to kind of match up, and I found that 6 and 0.2 works really well together. Again, we might adjust this after testing, but for now we'll leave it as is. All right, awesome. So that's going to be for the can move right. So now we need it for the others. Let's just copy this whole thing. I'm going to simply paste it underneath it. Perfect. Let's do the can move left now. So can move left. Awesome. And what I found was greater than equal this time than negative 870. All right, and that was the location on the map I had earlier, which we will be matching it up. So we'll do that. Negative 870, awesome. And instead of our plus equals for our vector 2's, we're going to minus them now because we are now moving in the opposite direction as the one above. Okay, perfect. So there you go. So that's going to be it for our can move right and can move left. Now we need to do the down and up ones. All right, so let's copy the whole thing. Let's go ahead, underneath it, paste it. And we're going to go ahead and do cam move down. And remember, this one now is going to be a dot y, so make sure we change our position to dot y. And what I found was 1700 being a good value for this. Make sure also that we are doing a less than equal, and then again 1700. All right, perfect, awesome. All right, and then what we are going to change in here is, of course, make these both positive. So we're doing a positive there and a positive there. And then we are not going to be moving in the x direction, so now we need to move in the y direction. So we need to change our vector 2's, all right, to a 1 for the y's and a 0 for the x's. All right, just like that. Perfect. Let's do the last one now. Let's copy the whole thing. Backspace. All right, we're going to do can move up. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to change our value to a greater than equal now. And we are going to be greater than equal the value of negative 1060. All right, awesome. And if you guessed it, we are only going to be changing the actual plus equals to a minus equal now for each value inside. All right, awesome, perfect. And there you go. We can get rid of this extra space here. Perfect. Remember to double check your code. You can always check the source code, save what you got, and looking good. All right, let's test things out now. So let's go ahead and simply save your work and then hit play. And I know we're not going to be able to see the actual screen moving here, but we will be able to see the mini box on the right. And if you go ahead and move your mouse up, you will see it moving now. Perfect, just like that. Looks like it's a good spot there. Let's make sure on the bottom part now. Let's go ahead and move all the way down. Should be good. There we go. Let's go up a little bit and go to the right. And, whoops, looks like it goes a little too far. That might be because the actual image itself is a little big, and we could just move the whole thing over to the left a little bit. Let's check this side out. Looks like that side's pretty good. All right, so let's go ahead and just move the entire box a little bit to the left, and then we can make the actual inside box a little bit shorter on the sides. All right, so let's go to 2D view. Let's go ahead and let's go inside of our screen. There we go. Let's go ahead and make the box a little shorter on each side. So we can do that pretty easily if we go ahead. And you know, we could actually just make the entire thing a little shorter. So if we select it there, we go to transform. We unchain its scaling. And for its x value, we're simply going to go ahead and make this like a 0.8. Might be a little too much. Maybe like a 8.5. Awesome. And then what we want to do is just move the whole thing a little bit to the left. We might need to recenter a little bit because we just closed it. So I might center a little bit more there. Maybe a little more back. And then we're going to, of course, move the entire box a little bit to the left. Okay. So let's take that mini map. Let's simply just move it a little bit to the left. All right. Let's go ahead and hit play and see how that looks. We might need to adjust some things. Let's just double check. So we go all the way to the right. Looks like it still is a little far in there. But I like how the box isn't too big though this time. We go to the left. And that one's pretty good to me. It looks like this right side one is still going inside of it a little too much. So we can adjust the code value to fix that. Because I don't really like how far in it goes. So let's go ahead. Let's go to script. And it's going to be our values here. So this is going to be the move right. All right, so our move right is a little too much. So let's go ahead and just lower this by, let's do like 30. So we would do 10. Save that. So that's going to be 2010 there. Let's go ahead, hit play. And again, you might need to adjust these for yours. It really depends. But it's pretty easy to figure out on that part. So we're a little better over there. Let's go all the way over here. That side's pretty good now. Perfect. So our can move right. Still a little funky there. Let's go ahead and change that to, let's try like 1970. And let's double check it, hit play. Go all the way to the right. There we go, a little better. All the way to the left. We might be changing the wrong one actually, that might be the reason. Let's just double check it. Nope, it's just still not there though, because if we go to the right, looks like it's still sticking in a little too much. So we might need to lower it down a little bit more. Just a little bit. So we have that. Let's do 40. All right, hit play. Let's go ahead all the way to the right. See how this looks. Much better. Let's again compare it to the other side. And we should, I think, be good. Yep, perfect. I kind of like it. Now again, you can adjust this if you want to. That's completely up to you. But I like it so far, so I'm going to keep it. All right, I'm going to save what I got. Go back to 2D view. Zoom out a little bit. And there we go. So far, so good. All right, in this section, we will create our build options script. We will start off creating a new script called worker build options and attach it to our worker build options in the UI node. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the variables that we will be using. Then we're going to go ahead and create some code for each build option you have. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating the script. So let's go ahead and select our node that we want the script on, which is going to be our worker build options. We can close the mini map for now. Let's go ahead and make sure you're selecting it. Once you have it selected, let's go ahead and add a script to it. You can leave the script name as worker_build_options.gd. Go ahead, hit create, and there we go. Awesome. So let's go ahead and start off with a couple of variables. These are going to be the actual things we are going to be creating. Eventually we can drag and drop them into here, but for now we're just going to have them as placeholders. So we're going to do export var, and we're going to call this new underscore town underscore center. And we're going to give it a colon, and it's going to be a type of a packed scene. Perfect, just like that. So we need one for each option we can create. So let's go ahead and just copy this. Let's paste it below and just change it. All right, the next one is going to be for the house. So we can just change the name to house, just like that. Perfect. Then right below it, we're going to go ahead. We can change this one here to farm. Awesome. Let's do the next one. We're going to go ahead, change this one to barracks. Perfect. Let's do the next one. We're going to go ahead. This one's going to be range underscore B for building. Perfect. Let's go ahead, do the next one. This is going to be for the tower. So make sure you just change the name to tower, just like that. Perfect. Awesome. So like I said before, eventually we are going to drag and drop each of these inside the node. You can see it on the inspector side right here. Currently they're all set to empty, but once we get it finished, we're going to have these all entirely filled out. All right, perfect. So make sure you have those down. Then we're going to go ahead and start working on some of the actual functions for each button. All right. An easy way to do that is simply open up our node, go to the actual node that we want, like TC, select the button build TC, go to the node on the inspector, and select the pressed. All right. Make sure you are highlighting on the exact script you want to add it to, such as the worker build options. Hit connect, and there you go. Perfect. So what we're going to add in here is simply a couple things. We're going to start off with an if statement, and we're going to set global dot wood count, because we need to charge some wood for creating this. We're going to do greater than equal to 50. And we're also going to add this one to be gold as well. So and global dot gold count. And again, we're going to make this greater than equal to 50 as well. Now you can make these values whatever you want. I just think it works pretty good for testing, so I'm going to leave it as is. All right, the next thing we need to do is actually create the new item. So this one's going to be, of course, the TC. So we're going to have to create a new variable for this. That's going to be variable. We're just going to call this new underscore building. Then we're going to equal that to our new TC variable. So new town center. We have to instantiate it to create it inside the game. So instantiate an empty set of parentheses just like that. All right, awesome. Now we need to tell it exactly where we want to put it. All right. Now I think where we are going to put this thing is we're going to go ahead and create a new area for this. Or you know what? We can just actually put it straight inside the game objects instead. I was thinking about having a node specific inside here for these kind of objects, but just to keep things simple, I'm just going to keep them entirely in the game objects. All right. So to add that, you just simply drag and drop the game objects node right here. Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead and do a dot add child because we are adding something into that node, and that is going to be our new building variable. All right. Perfect. Now, of course, because we spent certain items here, such as the wood and gold count, we need to update minusing those now. And if you guessed it, it's going to be pretty simple. We're just going to do a global dot, and we're going to do wood count. And we're going to do a minus equals 50, and then pretty much the same thing for the gold now. So gold, or global dot gold count minus equals 50. Perfect. And that's how we're going to go about all the selections for these buildings, all right? So we got this one done. Let's go ahead and add the next one now. So we can close up the TC one. Let's open up the house one now. Let's go ahead, find the button. Make sure it says button build house. Go to the pressed for it. Make sure it's connecting to the worker build options. Hit connect, and there we go. Awesome. And what we could do, just to keep things simple, let's just simply copy everything we have in the one above it and just paste it in. Just like that. Now, if you wanted to, we don't have to make everything cost wood and gold. We could just make this one cost wood and the rest of them as well, just to keep things simple. Just minus that out. Make sure you have the colon there. The one thing we do need to change in here, though, is, of course, the actual instantiate. Because we're no longer creating the new town center, we need to make sure this says house, all right? But we can keep the other things the same, except for, of course, the minusing of gold, because this one is only going to cost wood. All right? Perfect. So there we go. That's how we can do the build house one. So let's close up the house one. Let's do the next one for the barracks. Open it all the way until you find button build barracks. Press to make sure it's selecting the worker build script. There we go. I'm going to minus these out so we're pretty similar to the one above. I'm going to copy everything inside of that and just simply paste it in. And remember, the only thing we have to change now is going to be the actual dot instantiate. So this one here is going to be for the barracks. So let's go ahead, find barracks, and there you go. Perfect. Let's go ahead, let's do the next one. Let's go ahead, close up barracks on the left, open up range, open up the sprite, find the button build range, go to pressed, make sure it's selecting worker build options, hit connect, and there we go. Awesome. Let's copy everything inside of it. Perfect. Paste it in. Simply change the barracks.instantiate to range_b instantiate. All right, perfect. Awesome. Let's do the next one now. Let's close range up. Let's open up tower. Select the button build tower. Go to pressed. Make sure it's selecting worker build options. Perfect. Let's copy the if statement. Let's paste it in. Don't forget, you got to change that range_b to just the tower one. Perfect. Now we just have one more to do. That's going to be the farm one. Let's open that up. Open up the sprite. Select the button. Go to pressed. Make sure it's connected to worker build options. Hit connect. Perfect. Let's go ahead and copy the if statement. Paste it in. Don't forget, change the tower. Let's change this to farm. And there we go. Awesome. All right, save all that. You can close up the farm, and you can also close up the worker build options. And perfect. Now remember, you can always check the source code, but so far things are looking good. Let's go back to our 2D view, save what you got, and there you go. I really hope you're enjoying this course, but if you would like to continue it, you will have to become a student at Red Fools Academy. On first sign up, you will get a free 7 days back guarantee. Once a member, you will have full access to not only this course, but all of our courses in game, app, and website development. On top of that, you will get full support from the Red Fools Studio team. A link will be attached to the description, and you can also use this URL as seen below. See you in the lectures! In this project, we will be creating a farming RPG. We will be playing as a farmer and be tasked with taking care of a farm and earning money. Some of the actions we will be implementing for the farmer is planting plants, chopping trees, mining rocks, fighting enemies, fishing, cooking, and many more. We will also be implementing an inventory system so that you can pick and choose which items you want to use. Another system we will be adding is one to keep track of in-game time. With that, we're also going to add a day-night cycle that darkens the world as time gets later. On top of all that, we will also be adding the ability to purchase animals such as chickens and cows that will help produce certain resources. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. In this section, we're going to go ahead and do some planning for our farming RPG. We're going to start off viewing the entire game as a whole. Then we're going to go ahead and go over how certain components will work and what to expect from them. Then we're going to go ahead and picture how certain systems will be created. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, this here is going to represent the entire planning for our farming RPG. We're going to have 3 different sections. The middle one here is going to represent the main game screen. The one on the left is going to represent the player inventory. The one on the right is going to represent the player house/animal interactions. Let's start off with the main game screen. As seen in the main game screen, we are going to be playing as this player here in the center of the screen. We will be able to move up, down, left, and right, and also use the selected item we currently have. To view and then also select other items that we currently have, we have to use the hotbar below, which is a UI item. Once the item is selected, it'll highlight the current box and of course the current item we're using. We're also going to have some UIs on the top left and right. The one on the top left here is going to represent our player's current energy and health. If either one of those runs out all the way, then the player is going to pass out and the next day will begin. The UI on the right is going to represent the current time and the current day. As the time gets later, the nighttime hours will appear and the whole world will darken a bit to resemble a more realistic feel for the game. If, of course, the nighttime hour reaches the limit, such as 11 p.m., the player will currently pass out and the next day will begin. Other things to mention in the main game screen is the crop field. In this field, we will be able to, of course, plant new crops by tilling the field. And then over time, the plants will grow from the saved value and if they're watered or not. We're also going to have certain body of waters that you can fish in. Once you start fishing with the fishing pole, a simple mini game will appear and you will have the chance to catch new fishes and collect them. You will also have a house that you'll be able to interact with by going in the front door, and then a chest right next to it where you can drop off your items to be sold the next day. Let's go ahead and move on to the player inventory now. Once you open up the player inventory, you're going to have a grid here showcasing all your current items. All the current items are going to be displaying from a global variable that represents an array. You're going to have the ability to switch out the location of certain items by simply selecting one box and then the other box that you want to transfer it to. In the player inventory, if you collect new items, then they're either going to fill out a certain stack you have that already has that item, and if there is not a stack already, then it's simply going to find the next box that is not filled. Let's go ahead and move on to the player house/animals. Once you go inside of the player house, it's going to close out the previous scene and open up the house scene. In the house scene, there's going to be a couple things you could do, such as interact with the bed. Once you interact with the bed, then you're going to have the choice to basically skip the certain day and start the next one. You're also going to have a kitchen that you can interact with and create new items. Just like collecting an item, if you create a new item, it'll of course take away the ones you need to make it, and then add in whichever new item you created. To leave the house, you'll simply just have to go outside the door, and it will close out the inside house scene. Then, as for the barn coop for the animals, you will have to purchase them from this NPC. Once you interact with the NPC, you can then spend the money to buy the barn or coop. Once you have either the barn or coop, then you can start to buy new animals. The new animals will give you a random chance to generate either eggs or milk, depending on the chance ratio you give them. Everything here, of course, is going to be our planning. You can review it more if you want to, but so far I think we're looking good, and let's jump right into the game development. Alright, in this section, we're going to set up everything we need for our farming RPG. We're going to start off by creating a new project. Then we're going to go ahead and add multiple folders for the art and other components. Last but not least, we're going to import all the art/sprites being used. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and create our new project. So on the top left, we're going to go ahead, select Create. Let's give it a name. I'm going to call this Farming RPG. Leave everything else the same and go ahead and select Create and Edit. Alright, once your project's loaded up, let's go ahead and create a couple folders. And before we do that, we can even go ahead and select in the 2D view because that's where we're going to be for the most part of this game. Alright, so let's go ahead and add some of the folders. So we're going to right click on our rest folder, create new folder. First one we're going to create, we're going to call it art. This is going to hold all of our assets. So let's go ahead, add that art one. Let's also select it and right click and change the color of it as well, just to help it organize. Let's go ahead and find that color button, set folder color. I'm going to make this one red. Awesome. Let's add some more folders. Right click, create new folder. All right, this one's going to be called buildings. Let's go ahead, add that. Perfect. Let's give it a color also. This one I'm going to set to be purple. Perfect. Let's create another folder. This one we're going to go ahead and call it characters. Awesome. Let's change the color. I'm going to set this color to yellow. And you can make these colors whatever you want. I'm just going to make them all different ones so we can keep things organized. All right. So for the next one, let's go ahead and call this one plants. Let's hit OK. Perfect. Let's give it a color. I'm going to set the color to green for this one. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead, right click again, create new folder. We're going to call this one now UI. Awesome. Let's give it a color as well. I'm going to set this one to blue. Perfect. Let's add another one. This one is going to be called objects. Awesome. And if you guessed it, basically we're going to put all the specific titles of whatever thing we save in each one of these. So our art will go in art, buildings will go in building, and then of course everything else for the other ones. All right, this one here, let's see what we could do. We could do pink for this one. All right, awesome. All right, make sure you have all these folders here. One for art, one for buildings, one for characters, one for objects, one for plants, and another one for UI. And we should be good. Save what you got so far, and looking good. All right, next thing we're going to do is download all the art we're going to be using. We're going to be using two different asset packs. The first one is going to be called Sunnyside World, and this one is created by Daniel Diggle at .itch.io. You can download it for free there. You can also donate to them as well. This is going to be everything we're using for the entire world, so such as the plants, the buildings, the water, basically everything else as you can see here. We're not going to be using the characters in this set, and that is because the current characters in this set are not up, down, left, right. They're only left and right. All right, we're going to be using another asset pack for those ones. But before we do that, go ahead, select download now, name your price. Remember, this can be free if you want it to be. So go ahead and download that. The other asset pack we're going to be using is going to be called the Ninja Adventure Pack. It's going to also be at itch.io, and this one is designed by Pixel Boy. All right. This one is going to have a bunch of different characters and animals we can use also. The reason why we're using this one, again, is because I like that the characters are up, down, left, right. It fits really well. Because it's not really a farming style asset pack, we're not going to be using the world pack in this. If you wanted to, you could, but because the other one has more of a farm style, that's why we're using that. All right. So go ahead, select download now for this one as well, and wait for those to download. All right, once both your downloads are complete, you're going to have two .zips. You're going to have the Sunnyside World.zip, and you're also going to have the Ninja Adventure Asset Pack.zip. So go ahead, select each one, and then right-click and extract all. Put them into their own new folder. I named mine the Farming RPG Assets folder. You're going to have three things in there once you extract everything from each one. We're only going to worry about two, though, which of course is the Ninja Adventure Pack, and then also the Sunnyside World Assets Pack. Now, we don't need everything inside of the Sunnyside World Asset Pack, so go ahead and select into that one first, and then go into the Sunnyside World Assets. And the only thing we're going to need in here is actually going to be the tile set. So select the tile set, and you should see this big one right here. This is the only thing we're going to need from the Sunnyside World Assets Pack. All right, so go ahead and take that, and just drag and drop it into the art folder right over here. Might take a second or two. Sometimes when you drag and drop it, it kind of miscalculates where it's going, like it just did. It accidentally put it in the objects one. So go ahead and just move it into the art one. And there you go. Perfect. Then what you're going to want to do is move the entire Ninja Adventure Assets pack into the art folder because we are going to need a lot of things in there. All right, so let's go ahead and reopen that up, which is going to be up here. Let's move this up. Go ahead and find the Ninja Adventure Assets pack, select into it. Awesome. But we want this whole thing, so what we can do is simply just take the actual main folder, drag and drop it, make sure it's going into the art one. This one's a little bigger, so it's going to take a little bit longer. If we select somewhere else on here, you should see it start to load. This is a pretty big one, so it's going to take a minute or two. Let's let that load. And it should be in there. If not, it should be loading. I'm going to minimize that. Yep, there we go. Importing assets. Gonna take a second or two. Hopefully it went into the art one. If it didn't, we'll just simply move it over. Let's let that load. And there we go, awesome. The Ninja Adventure Assets pack should be in there. Which if you open it up, it has everything, perfect, awesome. All right, let's close that up and close up the art folder. Remember, you just need the Ninja Adventure Assets pack in here and just the tile set from the Sunnyside World one. All right, I'm gonna close that. And then all we gotta do is just save what we got, Control S, looking good so far. All right, in this section, we're gonna go ahead and create the main scene and set some of the project settings. We're going to start off creating that main scene node. Then we're going to add one node in there for the entire world that's going to be created. Then we're going to go ahead and set those project settings for the specific type of top-down game we're making. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing we're going to do is create a 2D scene. So let's select 2D scene here on the left. Awesome. Let's rename that. I'm going to call this main, capital M. Perfect. Now everything inside of our game is going to be inside this main node. We also need to add one more node in here as well. So right click, add child node. We're going to add another node 2D. And this is going to be everything in the world map. All right, so I'm just going to call this world. Okay, awesome. All right, from here, go ahead and save that. It's going to ask you where do you want to save it. I think a good location is going to be buildings. So go ahead, find your building folder, select it, and then just save it. You should see it inside of your buildings folder now, just like this. Perfect. All right, next thing we're going to do is set some things in the project settings. Now the reason we're going to do this is just because it's going to make the game look a little better and run a little better as well. So let's go to project settings. First thing we're going to set is going to be inside the window, which is under display. So go ahead and find that and select it. We're going to leave mostly everything the same here, but we are going to go ahead and select that mode under stretch. All right, we're simply going to set that from disabled to canvas items. Now this is going to help the canvas items basically stretch when we stretch the screen. All right, you'll see that in action once we start creating some of the UI. So make sure you have that set there. The next thing we're going to set is going to be in the 2D, which is going to be under rendering. All right, because we're using a lot of 2D styled pixels, such as a 16 by 16 for almost all the characters and the items in the world, we want to make sure we set these snap 2D transforms to pixel. This is going to help it kind of stop looking like it's flickering when we're moving the character along with the camera. So it's very important we have this set on to make the game look good. All right, awesome. So once you have that done, go ahead, close that, save what you got again, and looking good so far. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the map for our farm RPG. We're going to start off creating a bunch of tile map layers for the water, land, forest, and everything else. We're going to then go ahead and place the tiles to design all the areas needed for the world. After that, we're going to ensure borders are added for where the player cannot walk. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the world with a bunch of tile map layers. All right, so let's select our world node right here, right click, add child node, then type in tile, and you should see the tile map layer. Make sure you're using this one and not the tile map. This is the updated version, so let's select that. Let's go to create, perfect. Then let's go ahead and select it again. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to call this one water. All right, this is going to be the lowest level. So let's select water, awesome. Then let's go ahead to tile set, select the empty. new tile set. Then we can pull this up here. Go to the tile set. Now we just need to drag and drop in our tile set. If you remember, that's going to be inside of our art folder here on the left. Let's open that up. It's going to be the one from Sunnyside World. So let's go ahead, drag and drop that in. It's going to ask you if you want to modify it. Go ahead and select no, because we're not going to need everything in here. So let's go ahead, zoom out a bit. Let's find the water one. That's going to be this one here. So I'm going to go ahead and just highlight the whole thing. Go ahead, just go all the way around, just like that. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so we can keep that as that for now. Then let's go ahead and go to tile map button here on the bottom. You're going to see this is now highlighted. So let's go ahead and select it with the square and just go like that. Perfect. Let's zoom out a bit. And what we're going to do is we're just going to make a big square of water, which is going to be basically the entire world of our game. All right. And it doesn't really matter where you start, as long as you're somewhere pretty up high, somewhat over here, and simply just stretch it out and make a big square. All right. Awesome. If we zoom in, we'll see exactly the water. Perfect. So now we're going to build some land that the player can actually walk on top of. So let's go ahead. Let's right click on world, add child node. And let's go ahead and let's just select tile map layer again. And then let's rename this land. All right. Awesome. All right. So for land, let's go ahead and get some land on there. I'm going to select it. We're going to go ahead and do exactly what we did with the other one. Drag and drop tile set in there. Well, we might have to add it first. There we go. Go to tile set, drag and drop. Yes, and there is another way we can do this too as well, which might be a little bit easier. You can do it the way we just did, or you can go ahead and just delete it, hit OK. Simply select the water, Control D, and then just rename it from there so we don't have to do anything we just did before. All right. Now the one thing we do need to do though is remove everything on it. So make sure you're selecting land. Use that rectangle tool and select eraser, and then simply go ahead and just remove everything in there. All right, perfect. Go back to tile set. Now we need to highlight exactly what we want for the land. Now I'm going to just use a plain grass one for now, which I think is going to be this color right up here. It's going to be right next to the sand color. This is the lighter one, the darker one's over here, but I'm going to use the lighter one. All right, so I'm going to select that. Perfect. Tile map. I'm going to go ahead, turn off the eraser, still hold down the square. Select this here, perfect. Now let's go ahead and create some land area. So I'm going to go ahead and just make a few different spots. One spot is going to be for the actual farm itself where we can plant things on. So I'm going to do that as the first square here. Okay. Then I might have another building that we're going to make later on, somewhere like over here. Perfect. And then why not? We're going to have another square down here. And this one is going to be for basically any of the nature stuff we want to go find. All right, I'm going to make it a little bigger down here. Perfect. And then a cool little connecting spot we will add to each one as well. And you can customize this however you want. I just think this works really well for what we're going to be making. All right, awesome. So make sure you have that there. Perfect. So now that we have land, now we need to give it some edges to make it look a little more natural. We can do that simply with the ones over here. So let's go to tile set. Let's highlight every single one that we're going to need. I think there's a better one if you scroll down. It's going to be a little cliffside, which looks just like this. All right. So let's go ahead and highlight everything. So highlight the ones going all the way around, just like that. Perfect. The ones over here as well. And these ones, and these ones. Awesome. All right, good. Now let's go ahead and just place them in. There might be a little bit of a water one we can use too, which I think is going to be these ones. So we can add those, or maybe even these ones here. Yeah, these look better. So I'm going to highlight these as well. All right. And then those. Perfect. Awesome. And I think there's a side one we can do as well. It could be like these ones and this one. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead, back to tile map. Let's simply start off with the ones at the bottom over here. Let's just go all the way around on each island. So I'm going to take this first. And I'm simply going to do this here, go all the way down. Might need to zoom in a little bit. Looks like I did too many. You can Control Z to go back. Let's see if that's good. Yep, that'll be good there. So just go all the way down for each side. Perfect. And we're going to go all the way over here. All the way here. All the way here. And some over here as well. And over here, perfect. I think those are all the left side ones. Yep. So let's go ahead. Let's do the right side ones now. Whoopsie, looks like I'm selecting too many things. There we go. I'm going to change these ones here. And these ones over here as well. Let's see what else. These ones I can change. These ones as well. And of course the ones over here. Can do these ones as well. And these ones as well. Perfect. Awesome. All right, now that we got all of the right sides, let's do the bottom ones now, which is going to be here. So I'm going to take that and just go all the way. Just like that. Awesome. We'll put a corner piece on the corner so you don't have to worry about those right now. Let's just go all the way over, all the way over, all the way over. And then don't forget the ones here. And I think we're okay. Awesome. Now we just need to do the top ones. So let's select the top one. Let's do all of the top ones. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. And just like that. Perfect. Looks like I did too many on the top. Let's do it again. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. All right. So now we just need to do some of the corners. So it's going to be like this one here. What other corners do we have? Technically that corner. But we might just keep that. Yeah, we'll have to do it like that. Okay. Whoopsie. I think that's good over there. We'll have to do one over there. Any other of those type corners? Whoops. Or you know what? A better way to do this would probably just to be go around. So we'll just do every individual one as we can see it. One over there, one over there. Don't forget these corners up here. One over there, awesome. What else? We got corners over here. We got these corners as well. Just want to do something like that. Perfect. Perfect. I'll do a corner over there. I'll do one over here. Another over here. Another over here. Another over there. Another over here. Perfect. And this is the last one. Oopsie. We just have to fix up the middle part now. So if we go back to the grass, select the grass one, which is of course these little ones here. There we go. Yep, that's good over there. These ones need to be fixed. There we go. Awesome. Let's see, are all these looking good now? That looks good. I think we got them all. Awesome. Yep, perfect. Corners, awesome. All right, now we need to wrap up the lower part. So if we scroll down again, we're going to get some down over here. So let's go ahead and we're simply just going to do one layer on the bottom. Awesome. And I don't think there's any side ones or any top ones. So we just need to do the lower parts. So we have, well, looks like I did the wrong, that was the corner one. So I think it's like that. Yeah. And this one goes there though. Just like that. Perfect. And I think we need a little corner piece, which is like that. There we go. Awesome. I think that's good for there. Maybe we do one here. No, I think it looks better with like that. There we go. Perfect. A lot better. Awesome. All right, and then here we go like this, and then we do this one here, and then I think it goes like a corner again, just like that. Perfect. And then again, like I said, a corner. Whoopsie, wrong corner. That one might not need a corner though, or if it does, it might be like this one. Maybe not. Let's get rid of that. Let's do this one first. And let's see, so we have that one. I guess we need one of them. I think it's just the opposite. Yep, just like that. Oopsie. There we go. And over here, is it like that? Nope. I think it's this one. Yep. And then we go ahead, go like that. Same thing over here. Perfect. Awesome. Looking great there. Looking great. Looks a lot better. Now I need to do the bottom half, and I think we should be okay. All right. Awesome. Let's go ahead. Give it the corner. Perfect. Go all the way down like that. Perfect. Awesome. There we go. Oopsie. Don't forget to add that corner. Perfect. So now we have our land. It looks good there. It's connecting. I like how it looks like it's in the water now. Now, if you wanted to add those little water things, you could. You could even put sand under it. We could add these real quick just to make it look a little better. That's kind of up to you, though. Like if we wanted to add like that there instead, or if you wanted to do like this, that would be kind of cool. But that's kind of completely up to you. I might just add this since it's pretty easy. Just simply all the way across. Just like that, and then this one here, just like that. Perfect. We could do the same thing over here. There's one. There's, oopsie. There's two. There's three. There's four. And just drag that along. Perfect. Drag that along. Awesome. Let's just add the rest of those. I like it. Add that there, and there, over there, and over there. Perfect. Yeah, that looks a lot better. I like that a lot. Awesome. Perfect. So now we have the water, we have the land. Now we just need some spots for farming, and I think we should be okay. All right. So let's go ahead and use, actually, let's just duplicate this one here, the land. Remember, every time we duplicate it, it's going to duplicate all the tiles on it too. So go ahead, use that eraser, and just simply highlight over everything. Make sure you're selecting 2. Perfect. Change this. Let's call this soil. Zoom into the farming section. And let's go ahead. Let's do a soil one. I don't think we selected one of those yet, so let's go to tile set. Zoom out a little bit, go to the left. It's going to be this one right here, or it could be this one as well. I'm just going to select that one there. Is it the same color? I think it should be. Yeah. Let's go to tile map. Remember, selecting soil. Select the soil. And I'm simply just going to add like a little soil spot right here. So let's go ahead, make sure you're doing the square. And I'm just going to go like this. And this kind of area is where we are going to be allowed to actually plant some plants. So I'm going to do it right there. Perfect. Now, another thing to make this look a little better is adding the edges. So I'm actually going to create another layer for that. So Control D. And I'm going to call this soil edges. All right, perfect. Let's use the eraser tool, erase the current soil we have. Awesome. Select soil edges, go to tile set again, and we want to select all these ones here. So let's go ahead, we can select these corner ones, the ones above, and then the right and left ones as well. So we have the right, left, we have the one on the bottom. Now we just need the one on the top, which I think is this one. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead. Maybe the bottom corners too as well. Let's go ahead and do this now. So let's go ahead, go to tile map. Let's do the corners first. I'm going to select this here. Make sure you don't have eraser. So we have that one there. So we are going to need to remove that corner, which we can do in a bit. I'm going to take that over there. I'll do this one over here and this one over here. Awesome. And then, like I said, we have to remove the soil one. So go to the soil and just remove corners so it doesn't look bad. Perfect. Select soil edges again, turn off eraser, and then let's add the corners. So I'm going to take these corners, just like that. Perfect. It looks a little nicer. Take this one over here. Awesome. And let's do the top one. Perfect. And the left side. All right. And there's our soil. Awesome. If you wanted to, you could go ahead and change the soil, maybe make it have a little bit of different spots on it. That's completely up to you. I might go ahead and select soil. And what I'm talking about is these little spots here to make it look a little more natural. So if you wanted to do that, you could just go ahead. Of course, you need to highlight the ones you want to use. So I'm just going to highlight all these. Perfect. Go to tilemap. And you can go ahead and just select one or two and just start placing them a little bit all over the place. There's also a little button here that will randomize it for you. You could use that as well. I like to kind of just manually do it though, just because it looks a little nicer, I think. Just like that, maybe over there. Perfect. Awesome. All right, looking good. All right, so now we got the water, we got the land, we got the soil edges. I think we're looking pretty good. All right, there's one more thing we could do, and this is something you can just continually add. We're actually going to use the water one here and duplicate this one. You'll see why in just a bit. Control D it, take that water, go ahead and remove everything on it currently. Then go ahead and select it. We're going to call it sparkle. Or we could just call it, actually, we can call it just like water dots. All right, perfect. For water dots, let's select that. Let's go to tile set. Now, one cool thing we can do in here is we can make simple animations with the tiles. So these little water dots, we can turn this into its own animation. So go ahead and use the select key. Select the first one here. We might have to use setup first. Then you select this one, go to animation, and here we can go ahead and give it an animation. All right, so if we go to frames, select add element, it'll now add this into an animation. All right, so keep doing that until you get to the last one, which is right there. Perfect. If you want to slow down the animation or speed it up, you totally can by adjusting the seconds here. But now, if we go ahead and we go to tilemap and you select this here and start to paste these around. So if we go ahead, make sure you're not on eraser tool, and just put these down here, it's going to have this little animation. All right, and I just think this gives the game a little bit more life. So I'm just going to go ahead and put these all around the island, just like that. Perfect. And again, it's up to you how you want to do it. I just like putting it down like this. I don't exactly like when they're right next to each other like that. So I'm going to remove that. You can use the randomizing one if you want to, but I'm just going to go ahead and dot it all over. All right, just like that, just because it looks pretty cool. Maybe in the game you could add something where if you fish on these dotted spots, it'll give you something nice. But I just like how it makes it look a little bit more alive. And you can do the same thing with other plants if you wanted. So like if you wanted little like sunflowers or other types of flowers just kind of around animating, you totally could do that. All right, awesome. But I think it looks pretty good with that. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to select land now. All right, so everything looks good there. What we got to do now is add the actual edges so the player can't just instantly walk into the water. So save what you got so far. All right, let's make those edges now. So there's two ways we can do this. We can actually add a physical layer to individual tiles that we want, but I think there's a better way of doing that because that takes quite a bit of time. The better way to do it, I find, is actually just go ahead and select one of our layers, make sure it's on the top one, Control D, and we're going to call this borders. All right, for borders, let's go ahead and erase everything on it currently. Let's get rid of everything we got on borders. Perfect. Let's go ahead, select borders again, go to tile set. Now we want to have a dedicated tile that's going to have specific borders on it, all right? So I think a good one we can use is going to be, let's use something we're probably not going to use in here. This can be really anything, but I'm going to go ahead and just use one of the squares, such as something we can see like this little one here, all right? So let's go ahead and make sure this is a tile. Perfect. Go to select the tile, and now what we want to do is we want to go to paint, and we want to go ahead and add a layer to it, all right? Now the reason it's not showing up here is because we haven't selected it in the main one, so make sure you're selecting borders. Go over here to the tile set, select the tile set to open it up, go to physical layers, and just simply add a physical layer, all right? Awesome. Once you do that, then we can go ahead, reselect things, select the drop down, select the physical layer, and what we're going to do is now just select it, and see that blue box around it? That's going to be our physical layer, all right? So basically the player is not going to be able to walk through this. Now, like I said before, we could add this to each individual one, and that's completely okay if you want to do that. I think that takes kind of a bit of time, so I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it another way. But for instance, if we go down to where our borders were for our land, such as the ones here, you could go ahead and select one here and then just adjust it. So like, for instance, we don't want the player to walk past this spot, so you could go ahead and just do that, reselect it, and there you go. All right, so now the player won't be able to walk past that spot. Same thing for all these other ones, such as the one up here. Maybe you don't want the player to walk past that part on the top, so you can just adjust it and just put a little bit of a border right there, okay? Select it again, and there you go, all right? So if you wanted to do it that way, you totally could. I'm not gonna do it that way because I would have to do that for each one, and I think there's a bit of a faster way to do that, all right? So I'm gonna remove them just like that, perfect. I'm gonna go back to that spot I picked above, and you'll see how I'm doing this. So remember, this one still is bordered with blue, which is great. If you reselect it without it though, it's gonna cause an issue. So make sure you do that and then go ahead, select it, and then redo it in case you just did what I did. So let's go ahead and just re-add it on there to make sure we're looking good. All right, reselect it, there we go. Awesome. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're simply gonna go ahead to tilemap. I'm gonna select our one there, make sure you're not erasing. Awesome. And all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna trace where I want these to be. So for instance, I don't want the player to walk anywhere over there. So I'm gonna add a bunch there. I'm gonna add one there. And I'm just gonna go all the way down, all right? All the way down. I'm gonna put one there, all the way over here, all the way over here, and just kind of go all the way around, all right? Remember, you can do it the other way if you want to. I just kind of like this way a little better because then, for instance, if I want to use other tiles and I don't want to just have to go back in there and adjust them every single time, I find this way a lot better. And if you guessed it though, we are actually going to make this one invisible. So even though it's completely covering certain parts of the map, we are going to go ahead and just make this not visible. So even though we know it's there, the player will not know it's there. All right, let's go ahead, add all this there, and just keep going all the way around. Just keep going all the way around. Whoopsie. Go over there and there. All the way until we go around the entire map. Let's keep going over there. Perfect, almost done. Keep it going. Keep it going. Almost done. Perfect. Awesome. So that's going to be our border for the game. So we're not going to be able to walk anywhere past these blocks. All right. But we still want to see everything in the game. So make sure you're selecting borders. Go on down to visibility. And just simply, you can either turn off the visibility like that, or a better way I find it is just select self-modulate and just make that A value go all the way down like that. Perfect. Because sometimes if you make the visibility off, it'll start messing with whether or not the actual layer map is turned off, which we don't want that. We want it to still be active because it's representing our borders. All right, perfect, awesome. All right, save what you got there, and looking good so far. All right, in this section, we're gonna go ahead and create the player's sprite. We're gonna start off creating a new node for the player. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the sprites and animations for idle, walking, and using tools. Last but not least, we're going to add any collision boxes and timers for future functions. Let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating the player. So let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is we're going to go to Scene, New Scene, Other Node, and this is going to be a character body 2D. So select the character body 2D, hit Create, perfect. All right, let's rename this. We're going to call this Player. Just like that, awesome. Let's zoom in a little bit over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to select the main player node. We're going to change a couple things. First thing, of course, is going to be the motion mode, which is grounded. We are going to make this floating because this is a top-down style game. If it was a platform style game, we would make grounding, but for that, we'll keep it at floating for this type of game, all right? The other thing we're going to change in here is going to be the collision. This is basically going to allow our player to kind of bump into things and move around them easier. So we're going to make this just a 5, all right? We might adjust this later, but we're going to keep it at 5 so we don't forget, all right? And for now, I think we can keep everything else the same here, which is great. All right, so now we're going to add a couple other things inside of the player, and that's going to be things such as the tools, such as the body sprites, hitboxes, and then some other UI things down the road, all right? So the first thing we're going to do is create the body, which is going to have the sprites and animations in it. Let's do that real quick. Let's right click, add child node, and let's go ahead. We're going to add a node 2D for now. We're going to change the name to body. Perfect. All right, so in the body, we're going to add a couple things. First thing we're going to add is going to be a color rect. And the reason why we're doing this is because it's going to kind of help us have a little bit of a hitbox on the player, all right? So let's center this up real quick. I'm going to put it somewhere right here. It doesn't need to be perfect. You'll see why in just a bit. Let's rename this. This is going to be called the hurt color. All right, perfect. Now for the hurt color, we're going to go ahead and what we're going to do is we are going to go to the visibility. We're going to make the modulate be invisible for now, all right? Which is going to look just like that. Let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is we're going to right click, add child node. We're going to add now an animated sprite 2D, all right? So animated sprite 2D, this is going to have all of our animations and of course the sprites. So let's add that there, perfect. And what we're going to do is we're going to center this up because clearly we're not centered. Awesome. Let's go ahead. Let's keep the name as that. That's fine. But what we are going to do is select it, go to the inspector, to animation. We are going to add a new sprite frames, select that as well, and there we go. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and add a couple things in here, such as the idle animations. So currently we have default right here. Let's get rid of that and call it something like idle front. All right, this is going to represent the front idle animation. Perfect. Let's go to this little button right here. This is going to add some frames. And what we're going to be using is we're going to be going into our art folder. So let me go all the way up so you can see where we start off at. These are all of our folders, of course. We're going to go into Art, Ninja Adventure Assets Pack, Actors, Characters, and then from here you can select any character you want. There's quite a few in here. So go ahead and use your favorite. I'm just going to be using the simple boy one right here. I'm going to select the sprite sheet, open, and there we go. And most of all the other characters should have similar sprites, so you can follow along pretty easily. Now the next thing to make sure before you start selecting sprites is right over here on the right. It's going to have size, which is, for me, 16 by 16. Make sure yours is set to 16 by 16 or it's going to be scaled wrong, all right? So go ahead, 16 by 16, enter on each side, perfect. Then we can zoom in a little bit and start choosing our animations. So this one again is the idle front. So let's choose the idle front, which is going to be up here, top left. Add frames, perfect. Now, as you can see though, it's currently invisible. The reason it's doing this, if you go to hurt color, why it's doing this is because we are setting things not correctly, such as the clip children. This is disabled. What we're going to do is we're going to do clip and draw. And then for the modulate, we're actually going to go back on this, all right? Which should give you that box around it. We might need to go ahead and just do clip only, which should do that. Perfect. Awesome. All right. So make sure modulate is switched back to what it was, and then also that the clip children is clip only. All right, perfect. Then to make this thing a little more clear, go back to your animated sprite 2D, go to texture, change that filter from inherit to nearest to get a little better view. All right, awesome, perfect. So now that we have idle front, let's continue. Let me double check one thing real quick before I forget. Yep, we're looking good. We have clip only selected. Yes, we do. Awesome. All right, so we have the idle front. Now we're gonna need a couple more idles, okay? So let's go ahead and add a new one. Let's go ahead and do another idle. Let's do idle left. Enter, perfect. Let's add that sprite. Select your sprite sheet. Make sure, again, that size is 16 by 16. Go ahead, zoom in a little bit. Let's find that idle left. Should be this one right here. Let's add that, perfect. And there we go, nice. Let's continue. So we have idle front, idle left. Let's go ahead and do idle right. Idle right. Perfect. Let's add the sprite for that. Zoom in a little bit. Idle right should be all the way there. Perfect. Awesome. All right, let's do the last idle. Let's go ahead. Let's do idle back. Perfect. Let's go ahead, add that one there. Idle back, I think is going to be this one right here. Add that in there. Perfect. So now we have idle front, idle left, idle right, and idle back. Perfect. Let's do the rest of the animations now. Now we can go ahead and do the walking animations. So let's add those in real quick. Let's go ahead and let's do walk front. Perfect. Let's add the animations for that. Select the sprite sheet. Zoom in a little bit. So for idle front, that's going to be the ones here on the left. And again, we do not want to start with this one on the top. And the reason is because it's not going to look very natural when we start walking. So it's better to start with the second one right here. Do the next one, and the next one, and then the back to the top. So we're going to start at 0, 1, 2, and then back at the top at 3, okay? And you'll see why once we add these. So there's the start of it. If you hit play right here, you can see the actual animation. Perfect. Another thing to make sure that this looping is set. Reason being is because, of course, we want this animation to play over and over again once you're walking. All right, perfect. So that's for the walk front. Let's do the rest of them now. Let's go ahead. Let's do walk left. Perfect. Select that. Let's add in the animation sprites. There we go. Zoom in a little bit. Walk left. All right, that's going to be these ones here. And again, start with the second one down. And then go all the way back up. Perfect. Hit play to test it out. Looks good. One more cool thing you can do if you don't like the speed of this animation, you can change it right here with this 5 FPS. So if you want it to be faster, you can make it go down, or if you want it to be slower, you can make that number go up. I'm just going to keep everything at 5 for now. I might change it later, but I think this looks pretty good. All right, let's add another one. Let's go ahead. Let's do walk right now. There we go. Let's add in the animations. Zoom in a little bit. Let's add the walk right movement. Perfect. Hit play to test it out. Looks pretty good. I like it. Nice. Let's go ahead. Let's do the last one for walking. So we're going to do walk back. Let's select those animations. Zoom in. Remember, start with the second one down. Perfect. Let's hit play. There we go. Nice. Looks pretty good. All right. So now we have all the idles. We have the walking. Now we need the tool using. All right. So let's go ahead and let's create a new one for this. Let's call this tool front. Awesome. Select that there. Let's go ahead into the sprite sheet. Zoom in a little bit. Now for the using tools, we are just going to use all the ones here on this row here, where he is sticking out his arm like he's using a tool. We aren't going to have individual sprites for individual tools, but we will have another object that will be visible. And you'll see that in just a bit. So let's go ahead and use the tool front, which should be this one right here. Let's go ahead, add frame, just like that. Nice. Now the one thing to make sure with these ones is we don't want to loop these. So that you see this little loop button right here, go ahead and turn that off for now, all right? Because we only want this to happen one time when the button's clicked. We don't want it to basically continually do it. And we will change that a little bit in the code, but you'll see how that happens once we get into the scripting, all right? So let's do a tool animation for each side. We have tool front. Let's go ahead. Let's do another one. Let's do tool left. Let's add that animation for that. Zoom in. Tool left should be this one here. Let's add that. Perfect. Turn off that loop. Let's add another one. Let's do tool right. There we go. Select that there. Add sprite. Tool right. Let's go ahead. Select the right one. Perfect. Turn off the loop. Make sure we turned off the loop for the other ones as well, which we did. Nice. Let's do the last one. Tool back. There we go. Nice. Let's go ahead, add the sprite for that. Tool back should be the second one, I think, which is right here. Perfect. Add that in. Nice. There we go. So now we have all of our idle ones, we have our tool ones, and then the walk ones. And just don't forget to turn off the loops for all the tool ones, all right? There we go. Nice. Next thing we need is the actual animation for when the player gets hurt. So for testing purposes, let's leave this on idle front, which is right here. Just select that there. And what we're going to do is we're going to do this in a separate animation player. So we're going to right click, add child node on our animated sprite 2D. And now we are going to select the animation player 2D. All right. And the reason we're doing this is just to kind of separate things. I don't necessarily want to stop any of the animated sprite 2D animations. So we're going to have this as a separate one. And the way you do this is pretty cool, I think. It can also work with other types of players or even other types of enemies, units, all that stuff. So let's select the animation player here. Let's add an animation, new, and we're going to call this idle. This one's going to be anytime the player is not getting hurt. And all we're going to do for this one is make sure you're selecting that, go to the hurt color, and we're just going to save the modulate. So select the modulate key, create key, just like that. Awesome. Then we're going to create another one. This one is going to be called hurting. Perfect. And for this one, though, we are going to change the modulate. So we're going to go ahead, make this red. And as you can see, it's going to make the player red, so it's like he's getting hurt. Save the key value, create, go back to the 0.5, and we're going to change the modulate back to what it was. Key value save, and then again back to red at the end of that, all right? And back to red, which was like something like that. Perfect. You can adjust that however you like. I think this looks pretty good, all right? So if we hit play, it's going to flash red. If you want to loop it, that might look even better. So what we'll do is we'll flash red. And again, we'll have a timer on the player, which will be like if this flashing red goes on for 2 seconds, then we'll turn it off. But again, you'll see that in the code once we get into the scripting, all right? But this is a nice way to do this because this animation will keep playing no matter what animation the player is in, all right? Perfect. Let's go back and turn this to the idle one for resting, just like that. And there we go. That's going to be everything for the body. So let's save what we got, Control S. Save it into our characters folder that we made earlier. Again, this is going to be the yellow one right here. Save that. Perfect. All right, looking good so far. All right, let's go ahead now and create the tools for the player. So we don't get confused, let's go ahead and close the body right here. Let's go ahead and add another node 2D. So we're going to add another node 2D. This time we are going to call it tools, all right? Perfect. And also what we want to do is we want to put this above the body. It's just going to help with scaling things and also making sure the sprites are behind what's in front of it, all right? Awesome. So the tools is going to be turned on and off depending on what tool we're using, of course. So we're going to right click, add child node. We're going to add a sprite 2D, all right? And the first sprite 2D is going to be the axe. It's going to be our first tool we can use as the player. All right, so where is that axe located? Well, that's going to be inside of our art. Drop down the Ninja Adventure Pack. Go ahead and go to Items. And you should see weapons somewhere right here. Perfect. And there is the axe. Now make sure you are using the axe tool. You can use the axe if you want, but I think it looks a lot better if we just use the axe tool. And then what we want to use is we want to use the sprite in hand, all right? We will use the actual sprite.png to represent it in the UI, but because we are going to be using the axe, we want to use the sprite in hand. So go ahead and take that and just drag and drop it on the axe. All right, perfect. Awesome. And the axe, if you move it down a little bit, you'll see it. It's going to be this here. What you want to make sure, though, is make sure it's clear. So again, select it. Go to the texture. Change that filter to nearest. All right, and so we can see things a little better. You can close the animation. We don't need that open. Awesome. So that's going to be the actual axe. All right, but as you can tell, it's not going to be in the correct position here. So let's zero it out for now. We will change the actual X and Y position based on which direction the player is when you're using the AWSD keys. So when we're moving the player, and of course they're facing either left, right, up, or down. And then when we use the axe, it will go ahead and change the position of the axe to face whichever direction we're facing. But that's going to be all inside the code, which you will see in a bit. All right, but let's go ahead and get the rest of the sprites in here. So we have the axe. We're also going to need a couple other tools. So I'm going to duplicate the axe. This one here is going to be the pickaxe. So I'm going to do pickaxe. And if you guessed it, go ahead and just locate where the pickaxe is. Should be somewhat further down. Unless I missed it, here it is. Make sure you're using the in sprite hand pickaxe. Take that pickaxe, drag and drop it into there. Perfect. You can also see a sample image of it over here in the texture, just to make sure you put the right one in. Perfect. Awesome. All right, let's continue. So we have the pickaxe. Let's go ahead, duplicate that. This one here, we're going to use the till. This is going to help basically mine the dirt so we can plant seeds. So we have the till here. For the till, there isn't necessarily an actual till tool, but something that looks just like a till is going to be the fork. All right. Let's go ahead and find the fork. Make sure you use the sprite in hand for it. Drag and drop it in. Sample images right here. Perfect. So we have the axe, the pickaxe, the till. We're also going to go ahead and we're going to have some water. So like when we're watering plants. So I'm going to go ahead and call this water. The water is not going to actually be inside of this. The water is going to be in, I think it's going to be in potions. So if you scroll up and go to potion, should see a water pot.png. So take that, drag and drop it into here. Awesome. If it's a little too big, you can always adjust the size, but I think it'll look pretty good. I'm just going to move it down. That looks pretty good to me. So I'm going to Control Z. And remember, whenever we're facing whichever direction when we're moving and we actually use a tool, it will go ahead and rotate that in the direction that we want with the code. All right, and that'll all be done in the code. So we won't have to worry about it right now here. Okay, awesome. So we have water. Let's go ahead, do the next one. This one is going to be, let's do the fish pull. This one's going to be a little different. So we're going to do fish pull. All right. For the fish pull, we don't necessarily have a fish pull that we can use in hand. There is a UI symbol that we will use. If you scroll down, should see fishing pole or fishing rod. This is going to be just the sprite 2D, but this doesn't really work for a in-game character. This is going to be good for UI. So what I found best to use is actually go ahead and find, I think it's going to be the stick, which is right here, which is just going to be a long stick. So let's take that stick sprite in hand, take that for the fish pole. If you move it down though, it's going to have a little bit of some white on it, and we don't necessarily want that. So I think a cool way we can fix it is just simply right click, add child node on fish pole, use a color rect, and what we're going to do is we're simply just going to have this color out the inside part. So if we go all the way up here, and we go up towards the top part, which is right here, and zoom in a little bit, we can go ahead and just match the color with the actual wood color on it, which does end up looking like we're using a fishing pole. So select color, use this little tool here, and then simply highlight over that, and there we go, perfect. So that looks like we will be holding an actual fishing pole, okay? Awesome. So we're going to use that there. We're going to go ahead and just zero out the actual location though, so everything looks good when we're using it, so keep it there for now. Perfect. Awesome, I'm going to close that up. All right, so the next one we're going to do is going to be the sword. So I'm going to take water and duplicate it. I don't want to duplicate the fishbowl because we had that color rect on it. So let's go ahead and change the name of this one. Let's call this sword. Perfect. So we have a sword there. Let's close the stick, and I'm also going to close the potion one. I think we already did, actually. Yeah, we did. Let's find the sword. I think it's going to be sword 2. You can use whichever sword you want, but I like sword 2 the best. I'm going to take the sprite in hand from sword 2, drag and drop it. Perfect. There's the sample image. Looks good. Nice. All right. So we have axe, pickaxe, till, water, sword, and fishbowl. Perfect. So that's going to be every tool we have. All right, perfect. Now one more thing we need to add inside of tools is going to be an area 2D. That's kind of going to be like the actual hitting of the tool. Let's add a child node for that. Area 2D. All right, this area 2D, we can leave it as area 2D, but we do have to give it a collision shape. Let's right click, collision shape. Let's just give it a small circle to represent the hit point. So this is clearly too big for the actual point of whatever tool we're using. So I'm simply going to shrink it just like that. If you want to see it better, remember you can always just move it up if you want to. I still think that's a little big. I'm going to make it a little smaller. Let's do something like that. And also let's change the debug color to something a little more red. All right, perfect. So this is going to be the actual like hitbox of the tool we're using, okay? So again, just like the actual tools and the sprites, this is going to move with it using the script, all right? And you'll see that with the script, okay? But let's move this back and center it up. Make sure it's always centered, just like that. Perfect. Now, one thing we need to set, though, is on the actual collision shape 2D, we need to disable it because we don't want to be using this, of course, unless we're using the tool. So we're just going to set that to disabled for now, all right? Perfect. Awesome. So I think that should be it for everything we need here. And again, just to kind of future tell what's going on, how do we know exactly which tool we're using? How does this hitbox know? Well, what we're going to be doing in the script also, on this area 2D, you can kind of see if you go to nodes and groups, we're going to be adding multiple types of groups to this. So basically, when we're using and have an active axe, we're going to have that axe group attached to this area 2D. And if we switch it to pickaxe, it'll do the same thing, all right? So it's always going to be changing the group depending on which tool we have active, all right? And for now, at the start of the game, we're not going to have any tool active. So you can go ahead and select everything and just turn them all invisible for now, okay? You can leave the area 2D visible though, but everything else is going to be invisible unless we have it selected in our current inventory. All right, perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and close this up. Let's save what we got. And looking good so far. All right, let's wrap up this player. So we have a couple more things to add, which is going to be a couple hitboxes for the player, and then also some timers, okay? So as you can see, we still have a warning here. It's basically asking for a collision shape for the player, so we can go ahead and add that real quick. So let's go ahead and add a collision shape 2D. Let's go ahead and give it an actual shape. Make sure you're selecting the inspector for it. I'm going to do a circle for this, and I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. So let's go ahead, shrink that a bit. Let's do something like that size. Perfect. So that's going to be the main collision shape. So basically when we're running into things, this is going to prevent us from, of course, walking through walls and other collision shapes that we run into. All right, awesome. We're also going to need another area 2D. This is going to be our hitbox, okay? So I know we have hitboxes already for the tools, but this one's going to represent whether or not the player can get hurt by an enemy that bumps into you, all right? So I'm going to change the name of this. We're going to call this just hitbox, okay? Perfect. And what we need, of course, is a collision shape. So let's go ahead. Let's add something. Let's add a collision shape 2D. And let's just make it exactly the same as our current one. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a circle shape. And just to make it a little bit more easier to understand, we're going to make it just a little bit bigger. Okay, so it's going to be kind of like this size instead. And what let's do, let's change the color. Let's make it red, just so we can kind of see the separation of that one and this one. Now, naturally, you might want to make them equal the same, but I just think it works a little better for testing like this for now. We might change it later, but I like it. Let's keep it. All right, so we have our hitbox, we have our collision shape. Now we just need to add a couple timers, and these timers are going to be very important for the code because we're going to want certain things to take a little bit of time in between repeating. So let's go ahead, add child node. We're going to add our first timer. This one is going to be our tool timer. Now this tool timer is basically going to help us have a little bit of a wait time in between using tools. And you'll see that in action once we finish the script. I don't just want to be able to hold down a tool continuously. I want there to be kind of a little bit of a delay in between that use of the tool. All right. So we're just going to set a couple things for this timer. Let me double check what I did for mine. Go ahead, let's select timer tool. What we're going to do is make this very short. I'm just going to do like a 0.2 seconds. All right. And this is going to be a one shot. And eventually we will add a signal to it. All right. So make sure you have 0.2 seconds for this and also a one shot. The other timer we're going to have, let's add that real quick. This one here is going to be the hurting timer. So basically if we run into an enemy and we start to get hurt, then we are going to have a little bit of wait time so we don't just continuously get hurt until we run out of hearts. All right. So I want a little bit of a wait time in between how many times we can get hurt. Okay. So this is going to be pretty similar to the tool one. It's going to be a little bit longer though, so select timer hurting. This one I'm going to make 2 seconds, okay? So basically you're going to be in the hurting phase for 2 seconds before it turns off. And again, this is going to be a one shot as well. All right, perfect. So go ahead and save that. And there we go, looking good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the bobber sprite. We're going to start off creating a new node for the player's bobber. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the sprites and particle animations for the bobber. Last but not least, we're also going to add a timer for the fishing action. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the bobber. So this is going to be inside of our fishing pole. So we're going to have to reopen up our tools. Go ahead and select our fishing pole, open that up. Now to make this a little easier, let's go ahead and make everything visible, such as the fishing pole. Perfect. So our bobber is just going to be a little bit below it, so we can get the scaling right and everything. I'm going to go ahead and just move this down a little bit, just for testing purposes. We will move it back once we're done. So now we need to go ahead and make the actual bobber. All right, so this is going to be inside the fish pole. So right click, add child node, and we're going to go ahead and add a node 2D. All right. Let's rename this. Let's call this bobber. Perfect. All right. So a couple things we're going to add to the bobber. Eventually we'll add a script to it, but for now let's go ahead and add all the sprites to it. So the first sprite is going to be a sprite 2D. So let's go ahead, sprite 2D. This is going to be the actual bobber itself, so the little ball that goes up and down in the water. So let's go ahead and find what we want to use for this. I think there's a pretty good one inside of our Art Ninja Adventure Pack. And then go to items, and it's actually going to be inside the food. Now there's a little red ball that I think would look pretty good. It's going to be this little red seed here. I know this isn't exactly a bobber, but I think it looks pretty good for what we're working with. So let's go ahead and take that seed3.png, drag and drop it into there. Perfect. And that kind of looks like a bobber to me. It might be a little darker red than I would want it to be, but I think it'll work for what we're doing. All right. So like I said before though, the bobber itself is going to be a little bit below. So let's go ahead and take that main bobber there and just go a little bit below. So when we're using the fishing pole, this is going to be somewhere kind of about here. And we might adjust it later, but I think this will work. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and shrink this a little bit. I think it's a little too big. So let's select that sprite 2D, transform. Let's shrink it just a little bit. Let's do like 0.8 for the X and Y. There we go. Awesome. All right, the next thing we're going to need to do, and this is going to be added onto the sprite 2D, is we are going to need to add a GPU particle 2D. And this is basically going to give it a little particle effect that we want to happen when there's actually a fish on the line. So let's go ahead and add that. Right click. Again, this is going to be GPU particles 2D. All right, add that in there. Perfect. So now we're going to need to add a couple things to it to make sure the settings are okay. So let's go ahead. What we're going to do for process material, make sure you're selecting that GPU. we're going to do a new, I think we're going to do a new particle process material. Yes, we are. There we go, perfect. Now we're going to have to do a couple things here. Go ahead and select that. Now let's see what we're going to change here. We have amount. Let's do 10 for the amount. All right. And then we can leave the amount ratio the same. Emitting on. Lifetime limit 0. Let's go ahead and make our way down to the radial velocity, which should be in here somewhere, wherever that is. That's going to be inside the animated velocity. There we go. Radial velocity. Perfect. Let me double check and make sure we are doing the right one. All right, so we are going to do a minimum of 100. There we go. That's going to make sure it goes all around. And then a maximum of 120. All right, perfect. So that's going to be circular. There we go. It's going to go all the way around, which I like it. Then we're also going to go ahead to gravity, which should be, I think, that's going to be inside accelerations. Find the gravity tab, which is right here. Awesome. And what we're going to do for gravity, we're simply going to change everything to 0. So change that y value to 0. There you go. See, now it's going to be like this. It's not going to be kind of dipping at all. It's going to simply go anywhere across it. But we're simply emitting it too far and too little amount. So we're going to adjust that. We're going to go to, I think it's going to be in a resource. Yep. And let me double check, make sure we got this okay. Path, we can keep the same for now. Let me see what we need to change. Time, so we need to go into time. And what we're going to do, we don't want the lifetime to be 1 second. That's way too much. We're going to do a 0.04. Perfect. See how that's like kind of making the splashing ripple effect? That's what we want. All right, awesome. And let's see, everything else we can leave the same. We might change the color though, and that's simply what we've always done with changing colors. We're going to go to visibility, and we're going to go to modulate, and we're simply going to make it like a dark blue. Just like that, perfect. And that's exactly what I want. That's making this nice little rippling effect in the pixels. Perfect. So this is going to be active when we have a fish on the line. Now, how do we tell it to do that? Well, we're going to have to give it an animation player. So let's go ahead and we're going to add that. We can add that also in the Sprite 2D. So right click on Sprite 2D, add child node. This is going to be a animation player. Perfect. And we're going to have two. We're going to have, I think we're going to have just idle and then fish on the line. So let's add that. Let's do the idle one first. Idle is when we do not have a fish on the line. So let's go ahead and give it a nice effect for that. The first thing we know is we know that the actual particle system is not going to be active. So when it's at 0 right here, we are going to go ahead. We are going to key value this. But make sure we turn off it and key value it again. Perfect. So that rippling effect is not going to be active. But what I think would look kind of cool is if we give this bobber a little like floating kind of animation where it gets bigger and smaller. So let's go ahead. Let's save the actual size of this. Let's go to size. Or the scale. Let's save the scale. We're going to save it at 0.8. And then we're going to shrink it a little bit more when we go to 0.5. So let's go ahead. Let's do a 6 for this. There we go. And then when we're back at 1, we're going to go back to 0.8. All right, perfect. Key value that. And there we go. So if we hit play, there you go. Make sure you have looping here so it loops it. So if you hit play, there we go. Perfect. Now we're also going to need the animation for fish on the line. So let's go ahead, add a new animation for that. Fish underscore on underscore. Or we can just do fish on the line to keep it short. Perfect. All right, when fish is on the line though, if you remember, what we're going to do, we are going to go ahead and we are going to select our Sprite 2D. So go ahead, select Sprite 2D, go to visibility. Now, if we did modulate, it would make everything inside of it invisible, but we just want to make it self-invisible, so select the modulate right here. And what we're going to do is first we're going to save, or you know what, we might actually have to save this value also on the other one, or it's going to not like that, so go back to idle real quick. For self-modulate, key value that before we change it, so it knows it needs to pop up. Go back to the fish on the line, and now that we're here, now we can go ahead, save that value again. But instead of making it completely visible, we're going to go ahead and make it completely invisible. All right, perfect. Save that value. Awesome. Keep it on repeat. And then of course what we need to do is we need to make the GPU particles 2D visible. So select that. Go ahead, key value that. But make sure you key value it with it on, okay, just like that. Hit play, and there you go. Awesome. So now we have two animations. Let's test them both again. Let's go back to idle. Hit idle, there we go. That one's floating like that. Let's go to fish online. There we go, and back again. Perfect. Awesome, looks really good. Now we just need one more thing here. We need a timer, okay? So let's go ahead, and this can be just in the bobber itself. Let's do timer. Add that timer there. Perfect. Let me double check what we need for this timer. We're going to make it a little bit longer than our other timers. Instead of 1 second, we're going to do 3 seconds. And then this is going to be auto start, just because it's always going to start at the beginning of the game. All right, awesome. And eventually we will attach a signal to it, but that should be everything we need for the bobber itself. Okay, awesome. What we can do though currently is we can simply turn off the bobber though. We don't need this on, so I'm going to go ahead and make it invisible. And then don't forget we moved the fishing pole, so we got to move it back to 0x and 0y. Let's do that real quick. Perfect. And then also we can make the fishing pole invisible for now. Awesome. And the same thing with all the tools as well. Perfect. All right, looking good. I'm going to close that animation player. Save what you got, and there you go. All right, before we continue creating the player script, we need to create a couple global scripts. The first global script we're going to create is the global inventory. We're going to start off creating a new script to track the player's global inventory. Then we're going to go ahead and add some default values for the inventory. Then we're going to go ahead and create a function to move items in the inventory. Let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started creating this global script. So let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead, select project, project settings. We're going to go to globals here on the top. Let's go ahead and create a new name for this. We're going to call this, let's just call this global underscore inventory. All right, awesome. Let's go ahead and add that in there. Keep the name, hit create, perfect. All right, to open this up, simply go ahead, select the little folder button here, and there we go. Awesome. All right, so we're going to need a couple things in here. First thing we're going to do, let's get rid of everything we have currently, except for the extends node. All right, we need some default values here. So let's create a variable. We're going to call this current underscore player underscore inventory. And we're going to equal this to an array with multiple arrays inside of it. All right. So the first array value we're going to have is the name of the actual thing, which is going to be our axe. All right. Then outside the quotes, still inside that array, we're going to have the type of thing it is, which is a tool. All right. Then we're going to go ahead and we are going to say whether it is selected or unselected. Always at the beginning, we are going to label them as unselected. So unselected. All right. Awesome. And then the last value is going to be how many of these. And we're only ever going to have one axe, so we'll keep it at 1. All right. So we need to do this for every tool we have, okay? So let's go ahead. Let's just copy this whole value here. Don't forget a comma in between once you paste it right there like that. Perfect. Let's do the next value. So this is going to be pickaxe. All right. So pickaxe. And I still have that value covered. So let's go ahead. We're going to do a comma after this one. Paste that in. So we have our axe, our pickaxe. We can go ahead and just view all our tools here. We need the till. Let's go ahead, do a till here. Awesome. Go ahead, find the end of it. Don't forget your comma. Paste. So we have till. Let's do the water. Let's do water. Perfect. Go to the end of it. Do a comma. Paste. So we have water. We're going to need sword. Let's do sword. And then the last one is going to be the fishbowl. All right, so comma, paste again, and change that axe to fishbowl. All right, perfect. Awesome. So that's going to be our default values, okay? So let's go ahead. We have current player inventory. Awesome. I'm going to copy this whole line now. All right, and there's a reason why we're doing this. Let's copy this whole line. All right. And we're going to hit an enter over here. All right. And then we're simply going to paste that entire value on another one. And you know what? Even before we do that, just to make things a little more simpler, we're going to fill up the entire one. All right. So I know we have, I think we have a couple. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But our entire inventory is actually going to be 3 rows of 6. Okay. So we're going to need some null values to finish this off. So we should have a couple more. So we are actually going to need some nulls here. So go ahead, do a comma, and do a null. All right. So we're going to need 2 more rows of 6 for this. Okay. So we have 1 there. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do another null. So that's 2. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. And that's 6. Okay, awesome. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So go ahead, go to the end of that, do a comma. And what we're simply going to do is we're just going to paste that 6 amount of nulls. I'm going to fix that little spot there so it looks a little better. Oops. So copy all that and just simply paste that in. So we should have now 2 rows of nulls on top of our actual selected tools as well. All right, which is exactly what we want. I'm going to get rid of a couple of these spaces here so it'll look a little nicer. Let's get rid of that there, and then the last one over here. Perfect. Awesome. So that's going to be our entire starting inventory. All right. I know we labeled that as current, but we're also going to need our default one, which is going to be basically the same thing, except of course we're going to do player default inventory. So that's our current player inventory. This one's going to be our default. All right. Really doesn't matter which one is which as long as you have both of them and they're exactly the same. All right. So we're going to do player default. All right. Awesome. And the reason why we need that default is, of course, if we ever reset the game, we're going to have to reset our inventory. All right. The current one we're just going to use as an example, because eventually once we start saving the data, we're going to have the actual current one. So this one's going to get updated over time. Okay. Awesome. All right. Next 2 variables we're going to have is going to be one called move underscore selected underscore player underscore spot underscore 1. All right. And we are going to equal this to null until, of course, it is selected. All right. And you'll see that in the function. All this is going to do is help us handle when we want to move things around. All right. And this one is going to be move selected player spot 2. All right. Also equal null. Now, why do we have these? Well, once we have our inventory selected, we are going to want to move, of course, our inventory items. So such as the axe. If I want to switch places with the axe and the pickaxe, maybe I want the pickaxe in front, maybe I want the axe in the spot that the pickaxe was. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to do it with a simple function. All right. And that function is going to be function, and we're going to call it move underscore player underscore inventory underscore items. All right. That's going to be our function. Let's go ahead, give it an empty set of parentheses, and then give it a arrow to void colon. All right. Awesome. Now, how we're actually going to move this is we're going to go ahead. We're going to create a fresh new variable. Call this new underscore value underscore 1. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to equal this to our current player inventory. And then inside an array, we're going to set our move selected player spot 1. So this one here, go ahead and grab that, paste it in. We're going to go ahead and move it just like that. All right. And then if you guessed it, we're going to have a similar one right below it. We're going to have another variable, new underscore value underscore 2. All right, and we are going to equal that to, again, our current player inventory. But this time, we're going to go ahead and put our move selected player spot 2 in there. So I'm going to copy that value up there, paste it in, just like that. All right, awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set our current player inventory, our array of move selected player spot 1. Not sure why it's not automatically populating, but we'll do that. And we are going to go ahead and we are going to equal that to our new value 2. All right, so new value 2. Awesome. And then we're going to do just the opposite with the other one. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to do our current player inventory, give it parentheses set, and this time we are going to have our spot 2. So move selected player spot 2. And if you guessed it, we're going to go ahead, we're going to equal this one this time to the new spot, or the new value 1. All right, so pretty much the opposite. We're basically replacing each one with the one that is selected. All right, awesome. And then what we're going to do, so this thing refreshes, we are going to reset our spots to null. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to take these values we have right here, paste them in, remove the variable because it's already defined, just like that. Perfect. All right, awesome. And that should be it. So eventually we are going to call this function whenever we want to remove, or not remove, whenever we want to move a certain selected 2 spots. So again, if I want to move my axe to my pickaxe spot and my pickaxe spot to my axe, then we're going to call this function so it can initiate that movement. All right, awesome. All right, let's save what we got. And looking good so far. I really hope you're enjoying this course, but if you would like to continue it, you will have to become a student at Red Fools Academy. On first sign up, you will get a free 7 days back guarantee. Once a member, you will have full access to not only this course, but all of our courses in game, app, and website development. On top of that, you will get full support from the Red Fools Studio team. A link will be attached to the description, and you can also use this URL as seen below. See you in the lectures. In this project, we will be creating an open world platformer. We will be playing as a character alone in a randomly generated world. We will give the character the ability to collect resources, craft items, and place new blocks into the world. An inventory system will be added to the character where they can customize where things are gonna be. We will also add the ability for chests to be created where the player can put items into them. We will also add a day-night cycle so trees can grow over time, and when it is the night hours, the torches will be lit up, giving more life to the game. We will be also adding a saving system so when the character leaves the game and saves, when they come back, everything will be the same. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. In this section, we're going to go ahead and do some planning for our open world platformer game. We're going to start off viewing the entire game as a whole. Then we're going to go ahead and go over how certain components will work and what to expect from them. Then we're going to go ahead and picture how certain systems will be created. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. This here is going to represent the planning for our open world platformer game. It's going to be separated into 3 different sections: the main game screen, the player bag, and also the player components. Let's start with the main game screen in the middle. When you first start the game, you are going to be a player standing on some platforms of the generated world. As the player, you are going to be able to move around side to side and jump in the air if you are standing on a platform. All of the platforms are going to be interactable by the player. You're going to be able to select them and then destroy them, collecting resources. We're going to have 2 separate UIs on the main game screen. The UI on the left side is going to represent the current hotbar, which will have the current selected item. The UI on the right is going to be the main menu button. When you open up the main menu button, you're going to have 3 options: continue the game, save the game, or create a new world. Let's go ahead and move over to the player bag. The player bag is going to showcase the current inventory of the player. Each box represents a current slot you have in your inventory. If you want to move things around, you simply have to select one block and then the other to change them out. You're also going to have a trash button here that can throw away current items you have selected, and also a crafting button here where you can create new items if you have the current items that cost. There's going to be another type of UI that's also going to represent inventories, which is going to be the chest. When you interact with the chest, you're going to have a new inventory open up, which is going to showcase the chest items on the top and the player items on the bottom. If you go ahead and select an item in the chest box, it's going to then move it to the player. If you select an item on the player box, then it will move it to the chest box. You will see that as we get more into the development of the game. Let's go ahead and move over to the player components. The player components are going to showcase how the player will work in the game. For the animations and the look of the player, there's going to be two separate animation players. The upper half animation player is going to be part of the tools. So if you are basically using an item or using a tool, it's going to play a specific animation for the left side or the right side. The player will know which side to face depending on where your mouse is. If your mouse is towards the left side of the player will face the left. If the mouse is towards the right side of the player will face the right. And of course, play the animation depending on which side the mouse is on. As for the player movement animation, that'll be moved by either the walking, so when you're moving the player left and right, it'll play the walking animation. When he's standing still, it'll play the idle animation. And when the player is in the air, it'll play the in-air animation. As for how the player will select things and interact with the world around them, it will be using a selector, which will represent this little circle right here. The selector will be blocked by going too far away from the player by these selector borders. Selector borders allow us to make the game a little more realistic, preventing an extended reach of the player. When the player is hovering over something such as a tree or a block and wants to attack it or place something, that selector has to be in that specific location. So again, this represents the entire planning for the game we're about to create. So far, things are looking good. Let's jump right in and begin the development. Alright, in this section, we're going to go ahead and set up everything we need for our open world game. We're going to start off creating a new project. Then, we're going to go ahead and add multiple folders for the art and other component types. Last but not least, we're going to import all the art and sprites being used. Let's go ahead and jump right in. Alright, let's go ahead and create our new project. So in our Godot project manager, let's go on the top left, go to create. Let's go ahead, give it a name. I'm going to call this Open World Platformer. Then we're going to go ahead, leave everything else the same, and simply hit Create and Edit. Alright, once your project has opened up, then what we're going to do is we're going to simply select the 2D view, because that's where everything is going to be for our current game. Then we're going to add a couple folders here on the bottom left. Let's right click on the rest folder, create new folder. Awesome. So the first folder we're going to create is going to be the art folder. You can make it capitals or not capitals, that's up to you. I'm going to change the color of the art folder to red. We're going to go ahead, right click, create new folder. Then let's go ahead, let's call this one blocks. Perfect. I'm going to change this one also to another color. Let's just use green for this one. Let's create another folder. This one here, we can call this characters. Let's go ahead, let's change this one to another color. I'm going to change this one to pink. Let's go ahead, create another folder. Now this folder here, this one's going to be called data. And I'm going to leave everything as capitals in it. Let's change this one to another color as well. I'm going to choose purple. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead, create another one, folder. Next folder we're going to create, this one's going to be called nature. And let's go ahead, change the color of that one. Let's set the color to teal. Perfect. Let's go ahead, create another folder. This one's going to be called resources. And this one here, I'm going to make the color yellow. So let's right click, select color, yellow. Perfect. And then one more folder we're going to do. Let's go ahead, folder. We're going to call this UI. And this one here, let's go ahead. Let's give it a new color. Let's just simply give this one blue. Awesome. All right, perfect. Save what you got. Looking good so far. All right, next thing we're going to do, we're going to navigate on a web page to the assets pack we're going to be using. This one's going to be at kennys.nl/assets/blocks-pack. This is going to have everything we need for the type of game we're creating. It's going to have a bunch of different block types, resource types, and some character sprites as well. So go ahead down here and select download and make sure you've downloaded the entire zip. All right, once you've downloaded the zip, go ahead, right click on that zip, select extract all. Once that finishes, you should have another Kenny Vlox-pack right here without the .zip. And this is going to be the one we're using, so let's take that. Let's simply just drag and drop it into our art folder inside of our game. Now let that load. It might take a second or two. It's a pretty big file. Once that does it, let's go ahead and make sure it's in the art folder. Occasionally, when you drag and drop things in here, it'll glitch and put it somewhere else, such as it's dropping it in the UI. So let's simply take that, drop it into the art folder, let that load. Then we'll double check and make sure it's in there, which it looks like it is. And if we open it up, we should see everything we need for the game. Perfect. Awesome. So let's go ahead, save what we got, and there we go. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the main scene. We're going to start off creating a new node for the main scene, which we are going to call world. Then we're going to go ahead and configure all the project settings. Then we're going to add in all the necessary world nodes. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So let's go ahead and create that world node. We're just going to go ahead, 2D scene. Let's go ahead and just rename this world. This is going to hold everything inside of it. Let's go ahead and do that there. Perfect. You can leave the position. Let's go ahead and save the scene also. We're just going to save it in a new folder. Let's just call this scenes. There's really only going to be one scene, so it's fine to just save it in here for now. Awesome. All right. So next up, let's go ahead and adjust some of the project settings so this best fits the type of game we're making. We're going to project settings. So the first thing we're going to do is adjust the window. Just so things scale correctly for now, we're just going to go ahead and go to the mode right here. We're going to go to let's do viewport for now. And then instead of keep, we could probably do keep for both, actually. That's fine. Let's keep that for there. And then let's see, scale mode, fractional. Yep, that should be okay. So let's go ahead, close that. Let's go ahead, save what we got. And let's simply go ahead. Let's play the current scene we have. I just want to make sure this scales okay, which it is going to. Awesome. That's what I want. I just want it to kind of always stay the same, no matter how big we make it. Okay, perfect. Awesome. I'm going to close that. All right. Next thing we want to do, this is just going to help us in the future so we're not selecting things we don't want to select. Go back to project settings. We're going to go ahead into input map. And we're going to go ahead and go to the show built-in actions. And what I want to do is I want to turn off this UI except for the space. This basically is going to always select a button if you select space or any of these other keys. And because we're going to have the jump button equal space, we don't really want that because then it's going to start selecting things while we're jumping, which is not going to be good. So I'm simply going to go over here all the way to the right of it and just simply trash that one there. Perfect. Let's close that. And there we go. We might add or adjust things later, but that should give us a nice base plate for what we're making. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and add a couple other things for the actual game itself, for the world. So let's go ahead, right click, add child node. The first thing we're going to add is we're going to add a simple background, which we can use a sprite 2D for. So we'll go ahead, do that sprite 2D. And what we're going to do is we're simply going to give this a type of sprite we have in the art folder. Let's open that up all the way till we get to, I think it's going to be in tiles. And if we scroll down, we should see a background somewhere in here. If it's not in here, it might be in somewhere else, like the spreadsheets. If it's not in there, let's keep looking. Vector, nope. Let's scroll back up. Should just be background, and then we can just use that. Maybe it'll be an other. Yep, there we go, skybox. That's what I want. So you can go ahead and use any of these skyboxes. I'm simply going to use, let's just use like one of these ones here, skyboxbottom.png. You can use another one if you want to. I'm just going to paste this in. Perfect. All right. And what I'm going to do is basically we're going to eventually have our screen here where anything under the 0 axis is going to be, of course, where the floor is. So we're going to have basically a sunlight that only affects the top part here, and everything else will be below. We'll get into that eventually, but I'm just simply going to make this a little bigger. And we're going to go ahead and just stretch this out to as far as we want the game to be. I'm going to do something like that. Perfect. Awesome. And again, we might adjust this later, but for now, I think this will be okay. All right, perfect. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and let's see what else we need to do. Because we're going to have light affecting this thing, we're going to go ahead and simply go to the material. We're going to give it a new material, new canvas material item, select it. And what we want to do is we simply want to select this light mode from normal to light only, okay? Now currently right now it's not going to be visible because we do not have the light, but when we do have the light set up, it'll make only the top part visible depending on where we put the light and its distance, okay? So go ahead, keep that there, perfect. Then if you wanted to change the color of it, you simply go to the visual, and I'm going to make this maybe a little more blue, like that. We can adjust it later, but I think it'll be okay. Awesome. All right, now that we got that there, we can keep that, perfect. We can also change the name to background so we know what this is. So I'm going to do background. Awesome. All right. Now, next thing we're going to do, we're going to add our actual tile set, which is going to be, again, another type of background. So let's go ahead, right-click, add child node. Let's go ahead. Let's do a tile map layer. Select that, perfect. And we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to new tile set. And we will add this later on, but let's just get it set up for now. I don't think we're going to need to adjust too much in here. So far, we can keep everything pretty much what it currently is. We might darken it out a little bit, but we will get into that eventually. We're going to keep this and change the name. Let's call this Earth Background. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Then we're going to have the actual Earth node, which we will add stuff to that eventually. That's going to be where we are generating each type of little block. So let's go ahead and add a node 2D there. Let's just rename this Earth. Perfect. Awesome. We're also going to go ahead, add child node. We're going to add a canvas modulate, which is going to be the sky that's darkening and lightening over time. Let's add that in there. We can keep it as just canvas modulate. Now it does matter the position of everything here, so make sure you have background on top, Earth background right before it, Earth here, and then canvas modulate right here. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and add another one. Let's add another node 2D. This one's going to hold all of our UI. So let's go ahead, let's rename this. Let's just call this in-game UI. Okay, perfect. Awesome. And then we're going to also have the world light. Let's go ahead, add that. Let's go ahead, and we are going to do a point light 2D. We could use the directional light, but I find the point light is a little easier to control with this type of game we're making. So let's go ahead and just use that. And again, we are going to add this and add some other things to it eventually. I just want to get everything we need in currently, okay? Then we're going to have another node here below it, another node 2D. This one is going to be the world clock. So basically the thing that keeps track of what time it is in the current game. So let's call this world clock. Perfect. Awesome. And then of course we will add a player and then also the player pointer as well. But this should be everything we need for the base node of the world, okay? So let's save what we got and looking good. All right, in this section, we're gonna go ahead and create the world view. We're gonna add the tiles for the Earth background. Then we're gonna go ahead and set the color for the canvas modulate. Then, last but not least, we're going to set the lighting for the world light. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's get started. First thing we're going to mess with is going to be the Earth background, like I mentioned before. We're going to go ahead and add everything we need in here. So let's go ahead and select our tile set that we need. This is going to be in our sprite sheets. Let's go ahead and select the correct one. This one's for characters. We don't want this one. we do want, I think it's going to be this one here, sprite sheets. All right, so let's take that. Make sure we are selecting the tile set or it's not going to work. So let's go ahead, drag and drop that in. Let's go ahead and select no for this. Now, because this is a much bigger pack, we have to adjust it. It's not going to be a 16 by 16 one. So in the texture right here, texture region size, let's adjust this to what we need to fit, which I think it should be 128 for X and 128 for Y. So go ahead, select that there, 128, perfect. There we go, now it's going to be the appropriate size. We also need to adjust it here as well in the tile set, so select that there. See how it says 16 by 16 for tile size? Again, we need to change that to the appropriate size so it matches up. So 128 and then 128. We might also have to adjust the actual size of it as well because it's still going to be pretty big. And we can do that simply inside the transform. Go to the transform and simply set the X and Y of scale to 0.3. So let's do 0.3 here, and then make sure Y is 0.3 as well. All right, perfect, awesome. All right, so now we just need to go ahead and match up everything we need for the entire background. Now again, we might adjust this later on, but for now we're just going to put basically dirt, grass on top, or we'll just do dirt for now on top, and then we're going to have a layer of stone, and then at the bottom we're going to have bedrock. Okay. So let's go ahead back into the earth background. Let's go ahead into tile set. Let's select the ones we want. And you can customize this how you want, but I think it matches up pretty well with the ones I'm selecting. So the dirt patch here, the stone one here, and then also the bedrock one right here. Okay, awesome. Let's go into tilemap. Let's go ahead. Let's select the first one here, which is the dirt. Let's go ahead. Let's use the box tool so it'll be a little faster. As I mentioned before, we're going to do a dirt layer right below the 0. So let's go ahead, make sure we're putting it on the right one there. Perfect. And we're going to go ahead and do 3. So we should have 3 going like that. And just so it's matching up with our background, let's go ahead and select our background. Looks like we need a couple more over there. So let's go back over here. Let's simply add a couple more. Make sure you're selecting the right one. And let's go ahead and do it like that. Reselect the background and perfect. Remember, we can always adjust this later, but for now, I think this will be okay. All right, next thing we're going to do, we're going to go ahead. Let's go ahead to the earth background again. Let's go ahead and let's use this one here, which is going to be the stone. And the stone pretty much can go all the way down. The bedrock we don't necessarily need, but we might use it depending on how deep we make the game. That is adjustable. So let's just go ahead and do there for now. Let's go ahead and select background again. Perfect. I'm going to remove this little corner over here. Don't necessarily need this. Perfect. And then let's remove the bottom there. Let's go ahead, select background again. Awesome. Let's add a little bit of bedrock below just in case the player gets too far. We don't want to be able to have them walk. So let's go ahead. Let's find the bedrock. Don't know why it's not highlighting here. Oh no, there it is. Awesome. Let's go ahead and just make bedrock go from here all the way down. Perfect. Oop, make sure we have the eraser turned off or it's not going to like it. There we go. Awesome. Perfect. Okay. There we go. All right. As mentioned before, though, we need to do the same thing we did with the background to give it that lighting effect. So let's go ahead, now that we have it made, let's simply go all the way over here. Let's go to, I think, material. And let me double check mine because we might not need to do this actually. No, we don't need to do this, but we do need to go ahead to visibility. And what we are going to do is we're going to make it a little darker. Okay, so let's go to self-modulate. And what we're going to do is just darken it just a bit, okay? Not too much, but just enough where you know this is the background, not the actual blocks you can mine and destroy. Awesome. So let's do that there. Perfect. And there we go. That's going to be our earth background. And this is, again, just a placeholder for the background so the player knows what depth they are in, okay? Awesome. Let's save that real quick. Perfect. All right, next thing we'll do, let's go ahead and go to our canvas modulate. And what we're going to do here is we're simply going to select it, and then we're going to set the color all the way to black, all right? Because if we don't have any lighting anywhere, we don't want to be able to see anything, okay? So that's going to darken everything currently in the game to the same color as black, all right? Awesome. But because we're going to change this eventually, we do need to go ahead and add some things for it. And I think we'll keep it for now. We'll adjust it with a script instead. So we'll keep this as black for now. But what we can do is adjust that light, okay? So we're going to go ahead. We're going to select the point light here. Let's go ahead and let me double check the one I did. I think I did the texture, gradient texture 2D. So we will select it, go to the texture, find gradient texture 2D. Perfect. Awesome. So this is going to add some lighting, okay? And because we only want the top part to be lit by the sun, we're simply going to go ahead and just move this on up. Just put it somewhere like there. Perfect. And then move it over here like that. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. And there we go. So if we zoom in, you're going to start to see that the dirt here is a little more visible. But again, because we darkened it, it's going to look a little dark. If we want to make this a little brighter, we totally can too. There's another thing here. It's darkening more so on the right side, but we don't necessarily want that. We want it to darken basically from the top to the bottom, okay? So we can see everything on the bottom, all right? So to do that, we're going to select the actual texture itself, and we are going to go ahead and just simply adjust it to where we have the main point. So let's go ahead and just remove, or better yet, we can just go like this and go like that. Move that on down. We have to simply set this somewhere directly above it. Just make sure that we do that there. We could maybe even select it down here. If we want to adjust it, we could do that with this. Let's go to the fill. Let's keep it at linear, but let's make this from X to 0.5. There we go. And then let's go ahead and let's do 0.97 for this one here. And what we're going to do is 0.5 for the one below, 0.5 again. There we go. And keep that at 1. Perfect. So we zoom in. Looks like it's still not reversed though, and that's not what we want. We want it to be basically the opposite of this, so we can select this here. And we can just switch this around simply by hitting this button here. And there we go. Awesome. All right. Perfect. And again, let's double check our values. I think everything looks good there. We might need to go ahead and just adjust the point of direction so we can go like that to go a little bit lighter below. That's up to you. But I think that looks pretty good for what we're working with. All right. Awesome. Now, because we're going to have different settings here for this, I think a cool thing will be to add a little darker point over here. So let's go ahead and just simply select here. And let's go ahead and just make this one all the way dark. Perfect. So this will signify that it is going to be basically nighttime. So we'll have daytime throughout this part here and then nighttime over here. We will adjust this later on, but for now I think this will be okay. All right. But I think this looks really good for the lighting. All right. Perfect. So we have that there. I think we are set for that. So again, you can always adjust this if you want, but I think this looks really good. So let's select somewhere else, save what we got, and there we go. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the global script. We're going to start off creating a new global script for this. Then we're going to go ahead and add all the variables that will be used in the global script. Last but not least, we're going to create a couple functions to save, recover, and manage the current data. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started with this global script. This script is very important because every other script and most of the other resources and other objects in the game are going to be connecting to this global script. So let's go ahead and create this simply by going to the top left, project settings. Then we're going to go to globals, and then we're going to go ahead and create a new script here. Let's go ahead and just call it global. Go ahead, hit enter to add that, or you can plus this button here. Keep it at global.gd and hit create. To open it up, simply select this button right here, and there we go. Awesome. All right, so we're going to start from scratch here. I'm going to get rid of everything except the extends on the top. We're going to start off with a couple of variables. All these variables, again, are going to be interacting with other things throughout the game, so we have to make sure we get all these down. So the first one we're going to do is going to be a config, and we're going to equal that to a config file. So we're going to do config file, and then go ahead and do a .new parentheses. Perfect. All right. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to create another variable. We're going to call this world underscore map. underscore array. And we need an array here to represent basically all the blocks that are in the current game. Of course, when we start off, we're going to have it empty as an empty array, just like that. All right. Next thing we're going to have in here, we're going to have something called the saved underscore hour. All right. And this is going to be the specific hour that is saved when you either start the game or, of course, continue it after having the save file filled out. And I'm going to set the default save value to 6. Then we're also going to have another variable. We're going to call this in underscore game underscore time. And we are currently going to equal that to a placeholder of 00 colon 00 and then XX. That there is going to represent the default time. Of course, this is going to change and, of course, save over time in the game. Then below that, we're going to go ahead. We're going to create another variable. We're going to call this aiming underscore for underscore tool. And this is going to help us basically determine if we have current things being aimed. Then we're also going to go ahead, have another variable. This one's going to be called item underscore in underscore use. And that's going to be our current item in use that we have. We're just going to set the default one to pickaxe, just like that. All right, perfect. Then next thing we're going to do, we're going to go ahead, create a variable, and we're going to call this location underscore in underscore use. And this is going to represent which array value we are currently holding, because we're going to have an array value filled with all the items we currently have. So this one here is going to remember the name that it has, and this one here is going to resemble which location it is at. All right, awesome. So then next thing we're going to do, we're going to create another one here, which is called player underscore inventory. And we don't need to give this a value because the default value is going to be an empty array. But for now, we'll just keep it without an actual name. Then we're going to go ahead. We're going to create another one here. We're going to call this chest with an S, items. All right. And this is going to be an array of arrays. Every time we create a new chest, it's going to add a new array in here. And then, of course, in each array, we're going to have things such as the location of the chest and also the items inside of it. All right. Then we're also going to go ahead. We're going to do a couple variables for moving things around. Specifically, we're going to use the move underscore item underscore 1. So we basically can be able to set this one, which will switch it out with the other one that's going to be right below it, which is going to be move underscore item underscore 2, which is also going to be null for now. So when we make this function, we are going to basically switch these two around and then add them back into it. And you'll see how that is when we create the function. All right. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to call this a move. We'll create the variable for it. Variable move underscore now, which is going to initiate moving those two items above when it equals true. By default, we will keep that at false. All right, awesome. Then we're going to need another variable here. We're going to call this player underscore. We're going to do players with an S, players underscore position, which will save the actual player position, which by default, I'm going to simply set this to a vector2 of 0x, and then a -20 for y, which is going to be a little bit above the ground, okay? Awesome. All right, next up, let's go ahead. Last thing we're going to have here is a variable, and we're going to call this gradient underscore light underscore value. And this is going to set the light value of our current light that we have, the world light or point light 2D. We can rename that instead to something like world light, which I might go ahead and do real quick while we're here. So world underscore light. So that value we have down here is going to change this one. All right. But we will currently equal that to 1 for now. All right. Awesome. All right. I think that should be all of our variables. So go ahead, save those. I'm going to backspace right there, add an enter below it, and save that. Perfect. All right. Let's go ahead and create some functions now. So let's go ahead, below all our variables, add an enter. All right, so the function we're going to create is going to be called create underscore a underscore new underscore world. And this is basically going to reset all of our current values that we have. So when we reset the world, we're going to send everything back to default, okay? So what we're going to do here is simply set our config dot set value, and we're going to be setting a specific save file that we're going to call saved data. Then you're going to do a comma outside of that, still inside the parentheses. Then we're going to need the actual key, and we are going to name this first one world underscore map array, just like we have for the value. Just like that. Okay, awesome. And of course, the default value for this is going to be an empty array. All right. Then we could simply just copy this whole thing. Let's paste it below. So the next one, we're going to have that saved hour. So we can simply go ahead, take saved hour, paste it in right here. And just like we did with the variables, let's go ahead and just make this equal 6. Okay, awesome. Let's take this whole thing again, paste it right below. All right, the next one we're going to do is the player inventory. So let's go ahead, player inventory. Let's copy that. We're going to paste this here, and then we're also going to paste it here. Now the reason we're doing this here is because we're going to have a separate function that's going to reset things specifically based on the inventory. Because when we first start the game, we don't want the player to have a completely empty inventory. We want to give them at least like one type of tool. You can of course change that if you want to, but for now that's how we're going to have it. All right, awesome. Then we're going to do a similar thing with the chests. Let's go ahead, copy that whole line, paste it below. And just like we did with the player inventory, we're going to take the chests items, paste in that for the key, and then also the values, which is going to be just like that. Awesome. All right, next one we're going to do is for the player's position. So let's copy the whole thing. Let's paste it below. Let's grab player's position, simply paste it in there, and then simply take that same vector 2 we have and paste it in right where that chest item is. Perfect. All right, so that's going to reset it to the default. Perfect. Now these are going to be the first ones we're going to do. Eventually we'll get to the other ones, but for now we can go ahead and save the actual file. So this time we'll do a config dot save. And for the save, we're going to add the location of the file, which we're going to create that in just a bit. But where it's going to be is it's going to be at our rest folder, ://, and then we're going to put it inside of our data one, so data /, and then again, we're going to name it saved data. All right, just like we have it above. And don't forget to do a .cfg for the config file. Perfect, awesome. So that currently doesn't exist right now, but we will add it once we're done creating a script. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and do the next one. It's going to be pretty similar. This one's going to be the saved current game. So let's go ahead right below. Let's do function. Let's go ahead. Let's do save underscore current underscore game. And let's go ahead, complete the function. All right. So inside of it, we are basically going to do the same exact thing we did above. But instead, of course, setting the defaults over here, we're going to save it to what it's currently set at. All right. So let's go ahead and just copy everything we have in here. Paste it inside of this function right here. And instead of placing things as the empty values like this one here for the world map array, we're simply just going to set this to the world map array. Same thing for the saved hour. We're just going to set this one now to saved hour. And then, of course, the player's position, we're also going to set it to player's position. All right. So we're going to set that to player's position. Perfect. And everything else we can leave the same. So when we call this function, we're going to be resetting things to defaults. And when we call this function, we're going to set things to what they currently are in game state. All right. Awesome. So now next thing we're going to do, it's going to be right below it. We're going to go ahead and do a simple process function here. This is going to be used for when we want to basically move things around. So we need to do a function underscore process delta. And then inside of it, we'll do a simple if statement. We're going to say if move now equals true. Then we're going to go ahead, do an await. We're going to call a specific function start underscore the move. All right, don't forget underscore again, move, parentheses, perfect. All right, and then below that, we're just going to go ahead and set our move now back to false. Okay, so this will be initiated in another script, but we basically have to keep track of it in here. Now you're going to get this little red here because we haven't made this, but let's go ahead and make this right below. I'm going to add some enters so we can see a little better. All right, let's go ahead and make that function. So function start underscore the underscore move, and that should no longer be red once we create this, just like that. Perfect. Now in this function, like I said before, we're going to use those variables that we have to actually switch certain items around. All right. So we're going to start off creating some new variables inside of here though, which we are going to call item_1. We are going to go ahead though and equal that to our player inventory. And then we are going to be looking for that specific one that we set. So that move_item_1. So remember the move_item1 and 2? That's what we're going to set here. So now we just need to do the other one. Let's simply take that, paste it in. Instead of item 1 here, let's go ahead, change this to item 2. And then of course we need to change this one here to 2 as well. All right, perfect, awesome. So once we have that there, then we can go ahead and actually start changing some certain things, such as the player inventory. Then we're going to go ahead and set our move item 1. So let's take that, paste it in, and we are going to go ahead now and equal that to our new value, which is item 2. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to simply copy this whole thing and just switch it around now. So let's go ahead, paste it in below. Now instead of move item 1, this will be move item 2. So I'm going to take move item 2, drop it in there, and now we're going to equal this one to the move item 1, or just the move item. There we go, perfect. So it's going to look exactly like this. So we're basically just switching these around. Now because we don't want this to just consistently do it non-stop, a good way to make sure we don't is to simply do move item 1 and equal that back to the null value, which is the default value. And then we have to do the same thing for the move item 2. Okay, perfect, awesome. And there we go, awesome. So that's going to basically move the specific items we have around once selected. Okay, and again, we will go ahead and set what these are in another script. But for now, this is what's going to be handled in the global script. Okay, awesome. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to use or create a new function called recover. This is basically going to bring everything back from that saved data that we have, the saved data value. So let's go ahead and do a function. We're going to call it recover. Then we're going to go ahead and give it some parentheses, colon, there we go. All right, so the first thing we need to do when we do a recover is we have to set a variable called data and equal it to our config.load. All right, so this is going to load in that specific file that we have there. So if you don't want to type it out, you can do what I'm doing and just copy the one we have above and just simply paste that in. So we're basically grabbing everything from that. All right, so now that we have that, I'm going to add some enters so we can see it a little better in the middle. Perfect. So now that we have that all, what we're going to do is we need to check and make sure the data returns correctly. So we're going to say if data equals, make sure to have 2 equals, OK, all caps. All right, that's going to give us this little check to make sure that the data isn't corrupted. All right, awesome. Once we have that though, then we can actually set some things, such as our world map array, which will equal our config.load. All right, or instead of load, we could actually do get value. All right, it's going to be a little simpler. All right, and then of course we're going to be looking for the same things we've been looking for, such as what it is, which is the saved data. And then all we need to do is tell it, hey, which key are we looking for? Which of course we named it just like the array. So let's take that and paste it in, and there we go, perfect. And that's going to be it for there. All right, so now we just need the other values. So let's go ahead and just copy that. Let's paste it in. The next one we're going to do is for that saved hour. So let's do saved hour here and simply take that saved hour and paste it in where the key is. Perfect. Let's copy this whole thing again, paste it below. Now for the one below it, this one here is going to be for the player inventory. So let's type in player inventory, copy that player inventory, paste it in where the key is. Perfect. Same thing, let's copy the whole thing, paste it in. Next one we're going to do is the chests items. So chests items, copy chests items, paste it in for the key. Perfect. All right, then we're going to go ahead. Now that we get chests items, we need player's position. So let's go ahead, copy this whole thing again. Let's paste it in. Let's do player's positions. Take that, paste it in right over here. Perfect. Awesome. All right, and that should be everything we need to recover. We have the world map array, saved hour, player inventory, chests items, and player's position. Perfect. Awesome. And make sure you have all that. Make sure to save and looking good. All right, next up, we're gonna have another kind of reset function. So let's go ahead, add another enter. Let's create that function. This one is gonna be called reset underscore all underscore inventories. And if you remember, we have two types of inventories. We have one for the player inventory and the other one for the chests. All right, so let's go ahead, finish up this function there. All right, so the first one we're gonna do is that player inventory. And we're gonna go ahead and equal this to an array value. And like I said before, we have a default item in here, which is gonna be the pickaxe. You can always change this if you don't want this, but that's up to you. So I'm gonna do pickaxe, which is of course the name, and then how many we have, which is just currently 1, all right? Awesome. But because we are gonna have a default value for all the inventories, especially the in-player inventory, we need to give it null values for the other empty areas. Now every inventory is going to have basically 18 slots, starting with 0, so 17 placed here, including 0, which is this one here. So we need to go ahead and add those. So we need to go ahead and do a null here, comma, null, comma, null, comma, null, comma, null. All right. So this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's go ahead and we're simply going to take this whole thing here, copy it, put a comma in front of the back one, paste it in, and just simply switch out this one here to a null value. All right, awesome. So then we're going to go ahead and copy 6 again. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have the first row, the second row, and then we just need to add the third row, which is this one. Awesome. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And of course, if you count 0, that's 17 total. Awesome. All right, and that should be good for that one. Now for the chests one, this one's a little easier. All we need to do is simply set our chests items equal to an empty array. And that's because this is an array of arrays, all right? We're gonna have multiple chests possibly, so we need to basically have multiple arrays, just like if we would do this and then also this, all right? But we will get to that in the near future, all right? So keep it as an empty array. Perfect. All right, one more function to go. So let's go ahead and create that function. This one's called function. And we're gonna call this remove underscore selected underscore item. And of course, this is gonna do exactly what it says. It's gonna remove a specific selected item. So let's go ahead and start off with an if statement. Say if move item 1 does not equal null and move item 2 equals null, because this will only go into effect, of course, if we have one item. So how this is going to work is if we select a specific item and then select the trash button, it's going to go ahead and remove that. But if we're moving something and we have multiple things selected, we don't want to start deleting. We only want to delete if we have one thing selected, okay? You'll see that in action once we get started with the UI. But let's just create this function so we don't have to worry about it in the future. We're also going to have another if statement inside of it. We're going to say if player inventory, and then we're going to call move item underscore 1, and then we are looking for the value of it, so 1. If the value of it is less than or equal to 1, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to set that player inventory, and again we're going to go ahead and use that move item 1. But because we have equal to 1 or less, we are going to go ahead and just set that value to null. Basically, if we have 1 left and we are trying to delete it, we want to get rid of that whole slot. Okay, so if this is here and we have 1 left and we get rid of it, it should just remove it and entirely make it equal to a null. All right, but of course, if that's not the case, then we're going to minus it. So we're going to have an else here, and we're going to go ahead, set our player inventory. Again, inside of it, we're going to add that move item 1. And what we're going to do here is we're going to find the first value, which is going to be this number 1 here, because 0 would be the 1 here. We're going to go ahead and do a minus equals 1. So we'll minus equal 1 that value. All right. Last thing we're going to do once this whole thing is complete, we are going to set our move item 1 back to null. All right. Perfect. And that's it. Simple as that. Awesome. And again, once we get to the UI part, you'll understand how this is going to go into effect a little better. But for now, we should be looking good. Remember, you can always check the source code. Let's save what we got so far, and there we go. All right, last thing we gotta do is create the actual save file. So let's go ahead and create that real quick. So let's go ahead into our data folder we have. We're gonna right click, create new, and we are simply gonna create a text file for this, all right? And we are gonna call this saved, capital D, data, all right? And then make sure we create this as a .cfg, all right? Save that, and then go open it up, and there it is. Let's double click it, perfect. So the first thing we have to do is tell it exactly what it is. Simply we can do that by adding an array on the top and say saved data, all right? Perfect. Then of course we need to add each type of value, which is gonna be world underscore map array. And like I said before, this is always gonna equal a empty array at first, so we can leave it like that. Then we're gonna have saved underscore hour. We're gonna equal that to 6. Below that, we're gonna go ahead, do player underscore inventory. Go ahead, equal that to our default, which you can go ahead and grab that simply by inside of here. Find that default value, which is right here, so I'm gonna grab that whole thing. Copy that, and just simply paste that in, just like that, perfect. Then let's do the chests value, so let's go ahead. Let's do chests underscore items with an S, and equal that to an empty array. And the last one, we're gonna go ahead and do players with an S underscore position, and equal that simply to a vector2. Make sure the V is capital, vector2, parentheses set, 0, -20. Save that, there we go. Perfect, awesome. Go back to global, make sure you still got no errors, which you shouldn't, and looking good, awesome. Save it again, back to 2D view, and there we go, looking good. All right, in this section, we're gonna go ahead and create the resources. We're gonna start off creating a new node for the resources. Then we're gonna go ahead and add a sprite that we can change it depending on what type of resource it is. Then we're gonna go ahead and create a simple script that makes the resource collectible. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the resources. So first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna create a new node for this. So let's go ahead, go to scene on the top left, new scene. We're gonna choose other node for this one, and we're gonna give it a character body. The reason why we're doing character body is because we want to be able to run into it, and of course give it some physics to kind of fall down when it gets created. So let's go ahead and let's rename this first one. The first resource we're gonna be using, and basically using throughout it and just changing the sprite, is going to be the dirt resource. This is like our default resource. So let's go ahead and create that dirt resource. Perfect. Let's save that. Let's go ahead and put this in the resources folder, just like that. Awesome. All right. So for our resources, we're going to add a couple things in it. We're going to right click, add child node. First thing we're going to add is a sprite 2D. This is the one we're going to change throughout it. So we need to give it an actual sprite, and then of course scale it appropriately. So what we're going to do, we're going to go inside of our art folder, open it up. We're going to locate the tiles, and we're going to use just the dirt block for this, which is dirt.png. So take that, drag and drop it in, perfect. Now because the scaling is a little off due to these being a little bigger with the 124 by 124, we're going to have to decrease this to a size. So let's go ahead and let's try off with a 0.07. That worked really good for me before. I know that looks pretty small, but you'll see why in just a bit. So let's go ahead, save that. Awesome. All right. Then we might have to go ahead and add a couple other things. So we have the sprite 2D. Now we just need the actual collision shape. So let's go ahead, add that. Let's add the collision shape. Let's go ahead, give that a shape. Let's do a rectangle. Now we just simply have to match this up with the scale of it. It's okay if it's a little smaller, that's fine. We can always adjust that later. So let's go ahead now. And what we're gonna do is let's go ahead, right click, add child node. We're gonna add an area 2D. This is what's basically going to go into effect when we bump into it as the player and collect it. So what we're going to do is now add a shape for this as well. Add child node. Let's go ahead, add another collision shape. Perfect. All right, now this one here, we're going to make it a little bigger. So let's go ahead, create that. Let's make it somewhat bigger, about this size. And remember, we can always adjust this later. I just think this makes it look a little more natural when we bump into it. Okay, awesome. All right, and that looks good there. Let's save that. Perfect. Eventually, we will add a signal on top of this area 2D. Now we need the actual script, okay? So let's go ahead and add that script. We're not going to name it dirt_resource. Let's just go ahead and leave it as resource.gd. Just like that. Create. Perfect. Let's get rid of everything here so far. And then we will start from scratch. Save what you got. Looking good. All right, let's get started with this resource script. This is a very small script. It's not going to have too much in it. So let's get started with the variables we're going to need. We're going to start off with an @export. And this is going to be the variable representing the type of block that currently is set. So type of block. All right. And this will be a type of string that we are going to set specific on the block being used. The default value, though, we are going to set to NA, just as a placeholder. Below that, we're going to add another @export. This one here is going to depict whether this is a UI or not. The reason why we are doing this is because if it is a UI, we don't want it to be interactable. And of course, making it a UI just kind of helps us not have to recreate this just for the UI. We can reuse this same dirt resource to represent it in the UI. We might have to change the scale, but this will save us a lot of time and just be more efficient overall. Okay, awesome. So now that we have our variables, let's go ahead and create our first function. We're going to be using the function physics process. So let's go ahead, physics process, delta inside the parentheses, open it up. All right, so the first thing we're going to check is simply that UI thing. So we're just going to do an if statement for this and say if is UI equals false. Then we're going to go ahead, do another if inside of it, if not is on floor. And then we're going to go ahead, within that one, we're going to set our velocity plus equals get gravity. And then we are just going to times that by delta. All right. So we're just going to help give it some gravity. All right. And then to actually initiate that movement, we need to use the move and slide. Perfect. And that's all we're going to have in there. Now, again, the reason why we're doing this is because we are going to reuse this eventually to be a UI object also. So we don't want to give the UI one gravity. We kind of just want it to stay still. We'll also change some things in the inspector for it as well to help out with that. But for now, we're going to leave it as this. All right. Now we can go ahead and do our area entered. So let's go ahead, select our area 2D, go to our node, select the area entered signal, connect it to the main script, and there we go. All right, so now we're going to have the actual interaction of it when the player runs into it. To first detect and make sure the player runs into it, we're going to do an if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And then we're going to simply go ahead, give it some parentheses, some double quotes, and we are looking for that player tag. All right. Now, if it has that player tag, then we're simply going to start it off with a variable, call this current underscore 1, and we are going to equal this to -1. This is just to help locate some things in the loop we're about to create, to go through and loop through whether or not we have space to add things for the resource. And if we do, then we're going to go ahead and add it in. If, of course, there is no space, we'll find the first null, and just like that. All right, so we're going to say for, and we're going to say resource in global dot player inventory, because we are collecting and should be adding it back into the player inventory. We're going to go ahead, first off, we're going to add +1 to our current 1, which is going to help determine where we are. Then we're going to have an if statement, and we're going to say if our resource, first of all, does not equal null, all right, which of course means there's something there, and our resource item number 0, which is the name, if the name equals type of block and resource 1, which is the value, is less than 99, okay? Because we don't want to be adding it if it's, of course, less than 99, okay? So if it's all that, then we can go ahead and do a global, make sure it's capital G, global dot player inventory. And then we are going to be looking for, of course, the current one that we have, which is this one here. This is helping us, of course, locate where it is. Current one. And then we find the value of it, which, if you remember, is a type of 1. Plus equals 1. All right, perfect. Now, because we've now added it, we can simply just do a queue_free, which will remove the current object in the game. And then we will also return out of the loop, so it won't continue to do that. All right, perfect. And that's it. Now we need the one that is specific for if there isn't any room. So basically, if we go through here and there isn't any blocks with less than 99, then we need to just make the next closest null value equal to 1. Okay? And we can do that simply by just redoing exactly what we did pretty much. So we'll go ahead. We're going to go ahead and do another var. And we're going to say current 1. And we'll just say 2 to keep it simple. Equals -1. And then, of course, we'll do that for resource in global dot player inventory. And then, of course, we'll do our current 1, 2 plus equals 1. And then we'll go ahead and do if resource equals null. All right, so the closest null value is what we're trying to find. If that is the case, then what we're simply going to do is a global dot player inventory, find that current 1, 2, which of course is going to be inside a set of brackets. And we are simply going to go ahead and just equal that to a new set of brackets of type of block, comma, 1. So we're recreating that new entry based on the closest null value, all right? And then we'll simply, again, do a queue_free, because we can now remove this object, and then we can also go ahead and run a return. Perfect. Awesome. And that should be everything for the script. So let's go ahead and save that. Let's go back to the 2D view. And looking good. All right, now that we have the dirt block complete, let's go ahead and set everything we need on the inspector. So select the main node, dirt resource, go to the inspector. Now we need to give it its specific name. So we have dirt resource here, so we are just simply going to put dirt right here. Okay, awesome. So there we go. Now we need to do the same thing for the other ones. And again, we don't need to recreate this entirely. We can just go ahead and select scene, new inherited scene. And then all we have to do is just select the main one, which is dirt resource.tscn. Select open, and there we go. Awesome. So now we just need to change this to the specific other one. The next one we're going to use is going to be one of the items that we can get. So let's just do axe for this one. Okay. Enter that. Perfect. Go ahead, change the type of block to axe. Awesome. Let's go ahead, select the sprite we need. So this is going to be in, I think, items. Find the axe. I'm just going to use the axe iron. Let's take that, drag and drop it into the sprite, and there we go. Let's save that. Save it inside the resources folder, and there we go. Let's do the next one now. So go ahead, scene, new inherited scene. Make sure you select the dirt resource. Open. Perfect. All right, so the next one we can do, let's do chest. This one's a little different just because it's not a specific sprite that we have. Let's go ahead and rename it first. I'm going to do chest. There we go. Inside the resource, change the type of block to chest. Perfect. Then for the sprite, we don't really have a specific sprite for this, so I think the best way to do this would be to go to the tiles and then simply go ahead and find the plank. Should be towards the bottom. Wood right here. It's like a wood plank, so wood.png. Let's put that right there. And then we can add other things to this sprite. So let's just right click, add child node, and let's simply just add a color rect. And there's other ways we could do this. You don't have to do this way. I just found this way to be one of the most easiest ways. And I'm simply just going to stretch this, or not stretch this, let's expand this if it would let me. We can just use the move tool, select the color rect. There we go. So in the middle, let's just go ahead, make that black. And then what we could do, or you know what, we'll make the middle part yellow, kind of like a keyhole. So let's locate yellow. There we go. Then we'll also take the color act, Control D, move this one above it. We'll make this one black. And then we will simply go ahead, if it allows us to, we could shrink this a little bit more. Maybe move it up a bit. If it doesn't, we might have to make the button a little bigger. So let's go ahead and let's simply do this here. And let's select this one, move this one up. Could do that for there, perfect. And then for this one, like I was doing it earlier, let's just simply stretch this to each corner. Just like that, perfect, awesome. So that kind of gives us a little chest look, I like it. Remember, you can customize this however you like, but I think this works pretty well for what we're working with. So let's go ahead, make sure you had the chest for the type. Let's go ahead and save this. Save it in the resources folder, and there we go. Awesome. Let's go ahead and do the next one. I'm going to close these up. Go to Scene, New Inherited Scene, select the dirt resource.tscn. Awesome. All right, this next one, let's go ahead and do the coal. Now, coal is not a block. If you wanted it to be the coal block, you could, but I think it looks a little better with one of the items. If you scroll down, you should see the ore coal.png. Let's take that, drag and drop it over here. Perfect. Select the main one. Change this here to coal. Perfect. Let's go ahead, save that, save it in the resources. If it doesn't like dirt, oops, we didn't change the name. Make sure to add the name though. Go ahead, add coal there, enter. Then save that, coal underscore resource, perfect. All right, next one we're gonna do, let's do diamond. Let's go ahead, scene, new inherited scene, select dirt again. Let's go ahead, find the diamond, drag and drop it in. Change the type to diamond. Perfect. Change the name up here to diamond also. Diamond. There we go. Save that, save it in resources, and there we go. Awesome. All right. Now let's go ahead and do iron. Pretty easy one also. Let's go ahead, make sure you're selecting the main one, which is the dirt. Let's go ahead, change the name. Let's go ahead, do iron. Change the type to iron as well. Awesome. Let's go ahead, find the iron ore. So ore, iron. Let's go ahead, grab that, paste it in there, save that, and there we go. Perfect. All right, so we have diamond, coal, iron. Let's go ahead and do the next one. Let's do mushroom now. Scene, new inherited scene. Select dirt resource. Let's go ahead, let's find the mushroom, which I think is going to be in the one below, the tiles. Yep, there we go, mushroom underscore red. I'm gonna paste that in there, perfect. Now because this one is a little bit like this, we could simply just move it up, and we might need to create another sprite for this, but we'll see. If we go ahead and do that there, change this to mushroom. Perfect. And then we go ahead, change the type to mushroom as well. Awesome. Save that, save in here. Perfect. Now just to double check to make sure that didn't move everything, let's select another one like dirt, and we're still good. Awesome. All right, so we have the mushroom resource, perfect. Let's go ahead and do the next one. Let's do another one of the tools. Let's go ahead and scene, new inherited scene. Let's go ahead, dirt resource. Let's just go ahead and let's do the pickaxe. So let's go ahead, change the name. Pickaxe. Perfect, change the type. Pickaxe here. Awesome. Go to the sprite 2D. Let's go back up to the tools. Here's the pickaxe iron. There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right, everything should be the same. Awesome. Save that. Pickaxe resource. Awesome. All right, now let's go ahead. Let's do the seed next. Scene, new inherited scene. Select the dirt resource. Let's go ahead, change the name to seed. Perfect. Change the type of block to seed. Here we go. Now let's locate the seed. This should be right here, seed.png. Drag and drop it in. Perfect. Now if you wanted to make this bigger, you totally could. I'm just going to make it a little bigger. Let's go ahead and just simply do that. And whoopsie. Do that, and then maybe just move it on over a bit. There we go. Save that. Seed resource.tscn. Go ahead, double check, make sure that didn't affect everything else, which it didn't. Perfect. All right, so we have the seed. Now let's go ahead, let's do the shovel next. New inherited scene. Let's go ahead, select the dirt resource. Let's go ahead and let's change this. Let's change this to shovel. Or let's do lowercase for everything. Shovel, perfect. Let's go ahead, change the type of block to shovel. There we go. Let's go ahead for the sprite. Let's find the shovel iron, drag and drop it in. Perfect. Let's go ahead, save those changes. Shovel underscore resource. There we go. Perfect. All right, so we have the shovel now. Let's go ahead and do another block. Let's go to scene, new inherited scene. Select the dirt resource. Let's go ahead and do the stone. So we'll do stone. There we go. Let's go ahead, change the type, stone. And let's go ahead, change the actual image. If you scroll on down, you should see a stone block. Should be right here, stone.png. There we go. Save that. Stone resource, perfect. All right, then we're gonna go ahead. So we have stone, now we just need torch and then wood. Let's do wood next. So let's go ahead, new inherited scene, select dirt resource, open that up. For the wood, we're just gonna use a wood trunk, or honestly, we could even use this trunk top. I think it looks a little better. Let's drag and drop that there. Let's go ahead and just call this wood. There we go. And let's go ahead, change the type over here to wood as well. Perfect. Save that. Wood resource.tscn. Perfect. Awesome. All right, I think we're looking pretty good for the most part. Now we just need the torch. Let's go ahead, new inherited scene, dirt resource, tscn. All right, so this one's gonna be also a little bit different. So let's go ahead and we're gonna make this wood. So let's go ahead and find the wood plank again, the wood.png. Drag and drop it in. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and make this look like a torch because there is no current torch object. So we'll do something like that. Maybe we'll make it a little shorter. There we go. Let's go ahead and rotate it like 45 degrees. Perfect. Let's move it a little bit. There we go. And let's change the name. Let's simply call this torch. Perfect. Type of block. Let's do torch again for that. Awesome. And now we just need the little flame. And what we could do simply is let's go ahead, child node, let's add a sprite 2D. And let's go up to, I think we should use this little one here, or not this one. Let's use grass1.png to make a little flame with this. There we go. Let's bring that in. We will move it on up. We might have to make it a little bigger because it's probably really small or not looking that good. Let's go ahead and expand the sides a little bit and a little bit over there. Doesn't need to be perfect. We just want it to kind of represent a torch. And let's see how that looks. Maybe a little closer up. Perfect. All right. Now that's green. That's not really representing a torch that's on fire. So let's go ahead and add something for this. Let's add a color rect right below it. And let's go ahead and simply just put this over the green one like that. Change this color to like an orange. You could do red if you want to. It's up to you. And what we're going to do, select the sprite 2D here. Go to the visibility and change the clip children to clip and draw. And there we go. Now that looks like a pretty good torch to me. Awesome. Again, you can always customize it to make it look like however you want. I think it looks pretty good for the most part, to be honest. We could make it go a little more perfect like this if we wanted to. It's kind of up to you, but I think that looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more over here, like that. Let's see how that looks. A little better, maybe a little bit more over here. There we go. I like that. Awesome. All right. Perfect. And that's going to be the torch. Make sure we have the type of block set to torch and the name. Let's go ahead, save that. Torch_resource. Perfect. Awesome. And I think that should be all the resources. If we ever missed one, then we can always go back and create it. But I think this should be everything. Let's go check the resource folder. Open that up. We should have the axe, the chest, coal, diamond, dirt, iron, mushroom, pickaxe, seed, shovel, stone, torch, and wood. Perfect. Awesome. Save everything you got. Let's go back to the main world, and you can close out all these for now. Eventually, we might open some up for some testing, but I think we will be okay if we just close these out. If you wanted to add more resources, you totally could as well. That's completely up to you. But I think we're looking good for what we got. Awesome. All right, so far so good. All right, in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the dirt block. We're going to start off creating a new node for the dirt block. Then we're going to go ahead and add some sprites and specific collisions for the block. Last but not least, we're also going to create a static body and a timer for the block's future functions. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So similar to the resource, we are going to create the dirt block first and then be able to duplicate it for most of the other types of blocks. All right, so let's go ahead and create a new scene for this. We're going to do new scene. Now this is going to be a sprite 2D for the main node of it. Perfect. Let's rename it. We're simply going to call this dirt, capital B block. Awesome. All right, let's save that. Let's put this inside of our blocks folder. Perfect. Save it in there. Awesome. All right. So we're going to go ahead and add everything we need here. So we're going to be adding a couple different things for this. First thing, of course, we need is the actual sprite. Let's go ahead and find the dirt block. So that's gravel dirt. If we go back up, we should see just dirt.png. Let's take that, drag and drop it in. There we go. Perfect. All right. Now because the scaling is a little different here, we're going to have to, of course, adjust it. It's, of course, very big, but we don't want it to be that big. So let's go to transform. And I think a good size for this is 0.2 for X and Y. Perfect. Awesome. All right. So that's going to be for the actual dirt block sprite. We might adjust some other things later, but I think this will be okay for what we're working with. We might, though, need to go ahead and to make it a little more clear, you can simply go to texture, change filter to, let's just do nearest so it's a little more clear. Awesome. And then I think for now we can leave everything the same. All right, so now inside of it, though, we're going to need a couple different collisions. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's create the first collision, and instead of just giving a default one, let's just go ahead and give it an area 2D. Just to keep it more organized, this will be the default base one. We're going to add a collision shape in there. Give it a square or rectangle. Let's zoom in a bit, and then what we're going to do is simply just stretch this out to be a size of it. All right, should be that. Okay, perfect, awesome. All right, so now that we have that one, we'll just leave the name as area 2D. The one below it, this is going to be kind of like the sensor for above to make sure there's something on top of it or not on top of it. So let's go ahead, let's add another area 2D. Let's just call this, we could call this above dirt. So let's get rid of that. Let's do above dirt. Now, why are we adding it specifically for the dirt? Well, that's because we do not want the dirt block, if it's ever on the top, just to be a plain dirt block. We want it to be the one with a little bit of grass on the top, okay? But if, of course, it isn't and it's just underneath it and there's stuff on top of it, we will transfer it back to the regular dirt one, all right? Now, this is the only block that's really going to do that. There's going to be some differences between the nature stuff, like the weeds and the mushroom and the trees, but we'll get to that eventually, all right? Let's go ahead and add the collision shape, though. There we go. Let's go ahead, give it a shape of a rectangle. Now this rectangle is going to be not nearly as big, but we want it to basically just sense what is above it. So we're going to have one about this size, and we're actually going to take that, and we're just simply going to move it on up. Well, make sure you're moving the middle part, not the sides. If it doesn't let you, you might just have to use the corners like it is for me. So I'm just going to do that there. And then I'm going to do this here, okay? So basically, like I said, this is going to detect if something is above it, but not big enough where basically something is too high. So this is good enough. If you place it like that, you could go a little lower here too if you wanted to. Perfect. All right, awesome. All right, now we need the actual sprites though for the dirt and the grass. We're gonna have a switch for that. So let's go ahead, add child node, sprite 2D. And similar to what we did with the dirt block, we need the dirt grass and then just the regular dirt. So let's do the regular dirt first. Perfect, it's gonna be the same size. We can turn that off for now. Let's go ahead and rename this just dirt. Perfect. And then we can go ahead, select it, Control D, change it out with the dirt_grass.png. Turn it on to see and make sure it looks good. Yep. Rename it. We're just going to call it grass. Okay. Awesome. Now this switch is only going to be active, of course, when we have things in the script adjusting it. All right. Awesome. So we have everything there. Now we just need the actual static body so the player doesn't walk through it. So let's add that real quick. Static body 2D. Then we need to add the collision shape. Let's go ahead, collision shape. Perfect. And let's go ahead, do what we did before. Simply go ahead, add that rectangle. And this will be the same size as the block. Let's go ahead and do that there. Perfect. And then also over here. Nice. There we go. Now we just need the timer. So let's go ahead, add that timer. This timer is going to basically help it determine whether or not it's getting hit. We're just adding a little bit of delay with this. So we're going to say timer. And we're just going to call it getting hit. Okay. Awesome. And let me double check the settings we need for the getting hit timer. Let's go ahead. Let's do a 3-second wait time. And then we're going to go ahead and do a one shot. All right. Perfect. Awesome. Now we need to add some signals here. Or not some signals, some groups. So let's go ahead and we're going to add a group to the one here. Area above dirt. We're going to go ahead, add node, groups, and we're not going to adjust this one yet. We might add it later for some other ones, but we're going to give it block. Go ahead and turn that off though for now. And then for the second area 2D, the one that's on the top, that will be the main block one. So let's go ahead and select that one. This one will have the block attached, okay? Perfect. Awesome. All right. And I think we should be okay there. I don't think we need to adjust anything else there. We might add a simple one to this one though, just to be sure. So you can add block there if you want to, that's up to you. But I think we should be okay. So make sure you have everything for that. Let's go ahead and let's save that. Perfect. Let's add the new script because in the next section, we're going to create the block script. You can get rid of the dirt underscore and just leave block.gd. Perfect. Save that and there we go. All right, so in this section, we're going to go ahead and create the block script. We're going to make sure we have the new script created for all the different blocks. We're going to go ahead and add some variables to keep track of all the block stats and producible resources. We're also then going to create some functions for the block actions, such as getting destroyed. Now let's go ahead and jump right in. All right, let's go ahead and get started creating the block script. So we already have the script up and ready. Let's go ahead, start from scratch by getting rid of everything in here. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and add some variables first. First thing we're going to do is we are going to add a variable that is going to be a bool representing if the current is on grass or is grass top. All right, meaning, of course, if we should have the grass turned on or off. All right, so we should do is grass underscore top equals true starting off. Then below it, we're going to have another variable. We're going to say timer underscore up underscore to underscore make. So basically we'll have a little bit of a timer to determine whether or not we should make it, which at first we'll always set it to false. Okay, perfect. Then we're also going to have a couple exports here. These are going to help determine which block it currently is, just like we did with the resource. So we're going to do an @export variable. We're going to say block health first. because each block is determinedly going to have different styles of health. Like the dirt block will be weaker than the stone block, and then depending on what you want to set for the other ones, you can do that here. So we'll do a float, and at first we'll always equal this to 0. All right. We're going to have another at export. This one here is going to represent the lower block health, so we'll do variable lower underscore block underscore health. And the reason we're doing this is it just helps the calculation. So if you want to set something different, it'll know exactly what to take away and then add back, of course, because remember, they're all going to be different. So we have to have a specific calculation to do this for us. You'll see how it's done once we get into the function. Then we're also going to need another variable that's going to represent the default health. So we'll do variable health. And then we'll go ahead, do float, and then equal this to 0 starting off. All right, awesome. Last export down here, we'll do at export. This one is going to be the type, so we'll say type underscore of underscore block, okay? And we'll simply set this to a string value, and we'll go ahead and give it a default, which is just going to be NA, all right? Awesome, perfect. Next up, we'll have all the resources, so we can go ahead and do resources here. Then we're going to go ahead and do a bunch of onReadies for each type of resource. There is quite a bit, but luckily we can just copy and paste once we do the first one. So let's do at onReady, because we know we already have it existing. So we'll do at ready, we'll call this dirt underscore resource. This will go ahead and equal a preload. And then inside of it, we'll give it some quotes, and then we are looking for that dirt resource we have. Make sure it's not the dirt block, make sure it's the dirt resource, all right? Perfect. Now what we can do is simply just copy this whole thing, paste it below. Instead of this one here being dirt, let's go ahead and just do the stone one. So we'll say stone resource. And then in here, we are looking for stone resource.tscn. So we'll type in st and stone resource.tscn should pop up. Just click it and remove the end part, and you should be all set. Awesome. Let's go ahead, copy that line, paste it below. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do the col. So let's go ahead, do col. Let's go ahead and locate the right one. So we're going to do col resource.tscn. Take away that extra added part. Perfect. And I think a faster way to do this would just to be take out the entire quoted marks and re-put it in. Let's try that below. So we have col resources here. And we are going to be doing, let's just do iron next. So let's do iron. Iron, perfect. And then, like I said before, we should just make this empty. So let's take away this whole thing here. What we'll do is we'll just simply copy this whole thing like this. And then in the inside, all we have to do is now add two quotes and look for IR for iron. And we will locate iron resource. There it is. Perfect. And then we can simply underneath it paste that. Change that first part to diamond resource, so diamond. Inside the preload, type in diamond, diamond resource, TSCN, perfect. Paste it below. Awesome. Now we're going to go ahead, we have diamond, now we can do the seed. So let's do seed. Inside the preload, double quotes, type in seed, locate seed underscore resource.tscn, perfect. Next one, let's do mushroom. Let's go ahead and do mushroom here. Perfect. Double quotes inside. Type in mushroom, select it, perfect. Awesome, paste it below. Next one we're going to do is for the torch. Let's go ahead, do torch. Torch. Inside of here, let's go ahead, type in T for torch, locate torch resource, and there we go. Awesome. Next one up, let's go ahead, let's do the chest resource now. So let's go ahead, do chest. Double quotes in the inside of the parentheses, CH, chest resource, there we go. Perfect. Now we just need one more. The last collectible resource, we're going to go ahead, or droppable resource for the blocks, we're going to do wood. And then inside the preload, we will go ahead, double quote, wood, W, perfect, awesome. All right, and that's going to be all of our variables for this block script, okay? There's going to be other scripts we're going to create for other types of blocks, but the default basic ones will all be using this script. So let's save that real quick, and looking good. All right, let's go ahead and continue. So now that we have all of variables, let's start off creating some of our signals for our area 2Ds. All right, so let's go ahead and do our area entered for our dirt above first. So let's select this one here. Let's go ahead and do the entered one. So let's go ahead, go to signal, area entered, select the main script. Perfect. All right, so in here we're going to be looking for a couple things. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do an if statement and say if area dot is underscore in underscore group. And we are going to be looking for specifically if it's in the group of block. We're also going to have an and here, and we're going to make sure the type of block is equal to dirt. Okay, perfect. Once you have that there, inside of here we're going to do a couple things. We're going to go ahead and set the dirt block to true. So we're going to take dirt block, drag and drop it into here. We're going to do a dot visible, and then go ahead, just equal that to true. And then below that, we're going to go ahead, do grass, drag and drop. We're going to do a dot visible. And this time we're going to set this equal to false. Okay, perfect. And then below that, we're simply going to set is grass top equal to false. Now we pretty much need the opposite here, but because there's different types of things such as grass and mushrooms and even trees, we don't necessarily want to count those as a block above. So to do that, we're simply going to copy this whole if statement here, and then below we're going to paste it, still inside that area entered. This time we're going to be looking for if it is plant, okay? So if it's plant, then what we're going to do is we're going to turn off this dirt one here, but we are going to go ahead and make the grass one equal true, okay? Because we do want the grass one to be visible even if there are weeds, grass, or even trees or mushrooms on there. Okay, perfect. So make sure you have that there. Now let's go ahead and do the exited one. So select area exited, connect it. Right below, we're going to go ahead, copy this whole line here as well, the if statement we created about if it's a block, and we're going to simply paste that. And what we're going to do is we're kind of going to reverse it. So we're going to go ahead and take what we had in the second one for the dirt equaling false, but the grass equaling true, and the is grass top equals true. Simply just paste that in below. And there we go. Awesome. So basically, if there's a block above it inside the area entered, then we are going to go ahead and make it into a dirt. But if there's anything above it, a block, or anything that is not a plant, then we're going to go ahead and make it into grass. Okay, awesome. So make sure you have all that there. That'll help determine whether or not, of course, we have the dirt block on or the grass block on. Okay, awesome. Now let's go ahead and do the actual getting hit by something. So let's go ahead and do that below. That's going to be our regular area 2D. So let's select the top area 2D right here. Select area entered, connect it to the main script. I'm going to clean it up right here. All right. So what we're going to do in here is a couple things. The first thing we're going to do is determine if it is getting hit by the hitting block. Okay. So let's just copy one of the ifs we have above it, paste it in, but instead of block, we're going to be looking for a group called hitting, in which we are going to attach to something for the player. All right, doesn't exist yet, but this is what is going to cause that hitting to happen. So if the hitting area is running into it, then we're going to check a couple things. First thing is the global. First, if global dot item in use, and we're going to say if it equals double quotes shovel and type of block equals dirt, because we want to give kind of like a bonus effect to the shovel if the block is dirt. So like basically adding some speed to it, because we should be able to get through dirt a lot faster with the shovel compared to something else. Okay, so in here to add that little bonus, what we're going to do is we're simply going to set our current health equal to our lower block health. Okay, awesome. So that's what's going to happen if we have a shovel in use and this is a dirt block. So let's copy this whole thing here again, paste it in right beneath it. Instead of an if though, we're going to do an elif because we only want it to happen once and then continue on. This time we're going to do elif, and we're going to be looking for whether or not it is a axe. Okay, and if it's an axe and the other dirt or the other type of block that we can place is a chest, which is a wooden chest, we're going to have that there, and we're going to get the bonus effect if it is that. Okay, Awesome. So there you go. Now let's go ahead and do the next one. Let's go below, paste the elif. This time we're going to say if it's stone. So let's go ahead and do pickaxe here. If the pickaxe is hitting it and it is type of stone, then we will give it that lower health. Okay, perfect. And then of course we need the final thing, which is else. If any other thing happens, we're going to have the else. And what we're going to do is we're just simply going to set that health equal to block health. Okay, basically saying, hey, if we get bonuses, we're going to do these things here, but if not, we're simply just going to equal it to the regular health. Okay, awesome. All right, so now that we have all that, then we can go ahead and start the timer. So outside of all the if else's, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start our timer. So select time getting hit, paste right there. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a dot wait time, and we're going to make that equal to the health that is newly calculated, determining on the things above. We're also going to go ahead and start it. So go ahead, drag and drop it, do a dot start. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right, and then the last thing, this is just a little safety check. We're going to say if area dot is in group. We're going to go ahead and just look for specifically none, just in case. If it is none, then we're just simply going to set everything to default. And we can do that by simply going ahead and doing a timer here, pasting it here. Instead of starting it, we're just going to do stop. Oops, make sure you put stop there, not start. Stop. And then we're also going to reset the health. So we're going to go ahead, copy the timer getting hit, paste it in right below. And instead of health, we're going to reset it, which we have to set it back to just the regular block health. All right, perfect. And that's going to be everything we need to initiate the hitting if the hitting box is attacking it. Okay, perfect. Save all that. I'm going to get rid of these here, and looking good. All right, next function we're going to do, this is going to be the timer signal. So let's go ahead, select the getting hit timer. Make sure you are selecting node, signals, select timeout, connect it, and there we go. All right, so this is going to be the actual destruction of the block and the initiation of the new resource being created. So we're going to have a couple things in here. The first thing we need to do, though, is we need to make sure this is not a bedrock. So let's go ahead, do if type of block equals, double quotes, bedrock, because we don't want bedrock to be destroyable. So if it equals, or we'll even say if it does not equal, to make things simpler, then we can go ahead and start initiating the creation process. So let's go ahead, give it some room here. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we need to have a placeholder for the counter. So we're going to say current 1 equals -1. Then we're going to go ahead and say for block in global dot world map array, because that's where we're going to hold each block and its location. So for each one of those, we're going to go ahead and kind of loop through by doing current 1 plus equals 1, so we know where we are. And then we're going to go ahead and we're simply going to say if block 0, because that's going to be the location. We're going to have always the location and then the name. So we're going to say if location equals our global position, which is the current block that we currently are. Then we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to set our global dot world map array. And we're going to do a dot remove at, because we are now removing it, because remember, we're getting rid of it. And then we are going to use that current 1 right there. Perfect. So we are first removing it inside of our world map array. Once we do that, then we're going to go ahead, we're going to do another loop. So let's go back over here. We're going to say variable. We're going to say new underscore resource. And then we're going to go ahead, do an if type of block. We're going to say equals, double quotes, tree, because tree is going to be a little different, tree. Then we have to go ahead and do a little while loop. We're going to go inside of here, simply create a new variable, call it I equals 1. And then underneath that, we'll do a while, and we're going to say if I is less than 3, then we're going to go ahead inside there. Don't forget your colon here, it's going to give you that little error. In the while loop though, we're going to keep going. What we're going to do is we're simply going to say our new resource equals wood resource dot instantiate, which is going to create it entirely new. Then we need to tell where is it going to go. We're going to say add sibling. So we'll be in that same earth node that we have in our main node. So we'll put new resource there. And we need to tell it the actual global location. So we will say new resource dot global position equal that to our current global position. Perfect. And then of course we will go ahead and do I plus equals 1. And then underneath there we are going to say Q free. All right, not redraw, Q free. Perfect. Awesome. All right, so that's if it's a tree, but of course, if we have it as another type of block, we don't want it to do that. We want it to go ahead and say if type of block equals something like dirt. Then we're going to simply go ahead and set it to the dirt node. So we're going to say new resource equals dirt resource, not diamond, dirt resource dot instantiate. Perfect. And we're just going to go ahead and just copy and paste this a bunch of different times. So let's simply go ahead and just take this if statement and do it for each type of variable. So let's go ahead. Next one will be the stone. So let's type in stone. Perfect. And then over here, let's do stone resource. Perfect. Let's go ahead, keep going. Paste this in here. Next one we'll do is coal. Let's go ahead, do coal. And then here we'll go ahead, do coal resource. Perfect. Next one. We'll go ahead, let's do iron. Iron. And then we're going to say iron resource. Perfect. Next one up. Let's go ahead, make sure it's positioned correctly. We're going to do diamond. So go ahead, do diamond resource. And then here, let's go ahead, diamond resource. Oopsie, this one is not diamond resource. It's just going to be diamond. Unless you originally made it like that. But I think it's a little easier to do it this way. Next up, we're going to go ahead. Let's do plant. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to say seed resource for this. Perfect. Copy that. Paste the next thing below. Then we're going to go ahead. Let's do mushroom. So mushroom. Change it here to mushroom resource. Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead below that. Paste the whole thing though. Make sure to copy it. So we have mushroom. We also need torch. Let's go ahead and do torch. And then do torch resource. Perfect. And then the last one, which should be the chest resource. Let's copy that, paste below. Let's go ahead and do chest. And then we're going to go ahead, type in chest resource here. Perfect. Awesome. All right. And chest resource is going to be a little different. That's because we have a different variable for that. If you remember, we need to initiate that removed chest, which I don't think we have created yet, but we can create that next. Removed underscore saved underscore chests. You can just do chest. That'll stay errored for a second. Once we have that there though, then we can simply go ahead underneath the if statement. So now we have all the ifs we need. Now we're going to say add sibling. Just like we did for the tree one, we're going to add sibling of the new resource. And then we're simply going to go ahead, new resource, dot global position. And then we're going to simply set it equal to our global position. There we go, perfect. And then the last thing to do, of course, is to queue free. Go ahead and make that there. Now all we need to do, of course, is we need to create that function here. And then we might have one more entered, but we'll make that in just a bit. That's going to be everything though for this function on timer getting hit. So when the timer hits, it's going to initiate this and do everything it needs to do here. But of course, we need to get this other function created. So let's do function. And let's go ahead, paste that there. And now for the removed save chests, it's pretty easy. We're just going to loop through basically. So we're going to do variable current underscore 1 equal that to -1. Then we're going to go ahead, do for chests, because there's multiple chests in there, in global dot, and I think we called it chests items. There we go. We'll, of course, at +1 to the current one. So we're going to +1 to this. And then, of course, we're going to have our if statement. We'll say if chests bracket 0, which is, of course, the position, equals the global position, which is the current block we have. Then we're simply going to go ahead and we are going to do another global dot chests items dot remove at. We are going to remove at that current one we have. All right, so let's copy the current one. Whoopsie daisy. Paste that in. And then, of course, we can get out of this loop by simply doing a return. Perfect. So that's going to be everything we need in that remove chests. Perfect. All right, let's wrap this script up with 2 more small functions. Let's go ahead and do our regular area entered. This is going to be for our area 2D. Let's go ahead and select that. Area 2D. Yeah, it'll be this one. Or let me double check that. It might not be this one, but we could technically add one for that. I thought we already did add one for that. Area entered. Area, oh no, we need area exited, that's why. Okay, we have area entered, but we also need area exited. We could have put this underneath, I think we just forgot. So we have area entered, we need area exited. So just connect that there. So for area exited, we're kind of going to reverse a couple things. We're simply going to go ahead and just look for if the hitting leaves. So we're going to say if area dot is underscore in underscore group. Oops, it's easy. Group, double quotes, and we are going to say hitting, because if we are no longer hitting it, we need to initiate that, hey, it's no longer being destroyed. So to simply do that, we're just going to stop the timer and reset it. So take that timer hit. We're going to do a dot stop. And then we're also going to go ahead and reset it. So take that again. And this time we're going to do a dot wait time. And then just simply equal that to our block health. All right, perfect. Then we're also going to do the none one. So same thing, copy the whole thing, paste it below, make sure to backspace it. Simply set this here to none. And then we're going to go ahead and reset it to the same thing we did above. Perfect. So that's going to be everything in the exited. All right. And then the last thing we need to do is, of course, we need to set the process. So let's go ahead and do that. This is just going to help kind of update certain things. So let's do function underscore process. And we're simply going to have one thing in here and say if type of block equals double quotes dirt. Then we're simply going to go ahead and we're going to set our area 2D above, which is this one here, above dirt. We're going to do a dot add to group. And we're going to add it to that group of above dirt, okay? And you'll see why we're doing this in the future. This is just kind of going to help us plant things that we need to, because we don't want to be able to plant mushrooms or trees or even grass if there isn't like a spot above the dirt for it, okay? So you'll see why we have this once we get into the nature creation, all right? But so far things are looking good. You can always check out the source code if you get stuck, no worries. Let's save that. Let's go back to 2D. We do have to set a couple things though. If you go to the inspector and select dirt block, remember now we have the block health and we also have the other health. So let's go ahead and set everything we need. What I usually do is I set the block health to something like 4. And then I'll also go ahead and set the lower block health to 1. All right, so let's do that. And then don't forget the type of block is no longer NA. It is going to be type of dirt, all lowercase. Perfect. Awesome. Go ahead and save that and looking good. I really hope you're enjoying this course, but if you would like to continue it, you will have to become a student at Red Fools Academy. On first sign up, you will get a free 7 days back guarantee. Once a member, you will have full access to not only this course, but all of our courses in game, app, and website development. On top of that, you will get full support from the Red Fools Studio team. A link will be attached to the description, and you can also use this URL as seen below. See you in the lectures!